It's 90.7 FM, WFUV, New York. The next segue you'll hear is from music to sports. We're handing off to the WFUV Sports crew and live coverage of Fordham University men's basketball. The game will be on 90.7 FM, but the music doesn't stop. You can keep listening to this show online. Just open up the WFUV app or head to WFUV.org.
History and Fordham go hand in hand. So much so that there's a special title we bestow upon the Rams' home court. It's not just the Rose Hill Gym. It's the historic Rose Hill Gym. Fordham's classic venue turns 100 years old this week, summoning memories of Ram legends, whether they be on the court or wearing headsets alongside it. Legacies have been molded here, but the legacy of this year's Rams is still in question. Fordham has stumbled out the gate in A10 play, still searching for their first win after 4 conference games. But there's still plenty of time for the Rams to right the ship and etch their names into this illustrious history. What better time to start than tonight? Fordham versus UMass, celebrating 100 years in the Rose Hill Gym, live on 90.7 FM, WFUV. We welcome you into the historic Rose Hill Gym on the campus of Fordham University in the Bronx. It's January 15th, 2025. Tonight is a celebration. We celebrate 100 years in the Rose Hill Gym, and we'll get you back in just a second to talk more about that. But with the anthem coming in, we'll throw it to our pregame coaches sound with Keith Urgo. Take a listen. Lou Orlando, Nick Guzman with Fordham men's basketball head coach Keith Urgo. Coach, obviously it's not the start to conference play you want. The margin of defeat shrinking each game. Are you seeing progress despite the win column not being on your side?
Yeah, there's no doubt. We're getting better every day. These guys are committed to playing as hard as they possibly can. Nobody who comes into a practice or a walkthrough would think we're not 4-0 as opposed to 0-4. And that's the attitude, that's the mentality and the vibe we have in this program. We know we're getting better. The reality is we're not on that large bid. We have to be peaking mid-February into March, and we continue to use Duquesne from last year, who started 0-5 now we don't want to start 0-5, but we know what's important at this point in time. We have to keep grinding, keep getting better. We've had some injuries, we've had some illness. We got to overcome that. When we get healthy, we are starting to be a team that I believe VCU, and Ryan Odom said this to me after the game, as well as Davidson, they're finally getting to the point where, we hope we don't see them again. And I don't think that was the case for a month prior to that, whether or not it was St. Louis, VCU, or even Bryan or any of the teams we scored 80 points against. We weren't playing with a defensive identity that we're now starting to play with. And I take full responsibility for that, right? So now we're playing harder and more together defensively, but as a result, we don't have the habits, so we're short on our shots on offense. We're going to hit our stride at some point, and when multiple guys start to get their rhythm and we're playing more connected and more physical, the goal is to make sure that everybody we play can barely walk the next 2 days, and we're getting to that point.
Coach, 100-year celebration at Rose Hill against UMass Wednesday. Just how exciting is it to have some alumni coming back, just all the excitement around the celebration?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, it just continues to showcase, the history and the tradition that Fordham men's basketball and women's basketball has, and it's a rich tradition. Hasn't been a ton of success based off the tradition, and that's what we're here to create, but, it's an incredible tradition. It's an exciting time. This is a historic building, and this is it's a great time to be a Ram for so many different reasons, but obviously playing in such a historic venue is pretty special.
Thanks a lot, Coach.
Go Rams.
Well, tonight is a celebration on January 16th, 1925, nearly 100 years to the day. The Rose Hill Gym hosted its first intercollegiate game, and today we celebrate its legacy. It's Fordham versus UMass, a fun battle in the Atlantic 10. Lou Orlando, to my right, I have Will Tallant filling in for Nick Guzman, who is under the weather. And Will, I don't need to tell you how special this building it has stood the test of time. It has been in the Bronx for now officially 100 years. It's seen a lot of moments, a lot of big things, and this is a special night to celebrate all of them.
Well, if there's any night, Lou, to call it the historic Rose Hill Gymnasium, tonight would be the night, the 100th anniversary of this wonderful gymnasium. Lots of memories that you said, Lou, but maybe tonight we'll create a new memory. The first A-10 win of the season for the Rams. It would be a really nice one.
Well, there is a lot of history, a lot of legacy surrounding Fordham men's basketball, but you heard Coach Urgo say prior to the game, there is not necessarily a long history of winning, and so far this season, whether that will change remains to be seen. Fordham has lost 4 straight. They are now below 500 at 8-9, and they are 0-4 in conference play. They come back to the Rose Hill Gym, and they face UMass, who has the lowest record in the A-10 overall, but there are no easy games in the A-10. UMass upset Dayton, who at some points was expected to be the favorite in this A-10. They are tough, they are physical. Will, this is not going to be an easy game for the Rams.
Well, and not just that game against Dayton, Lou. Their most recent game against George Mason, the number 2 team in the A-10 right now, just a 7-point loss to George Mason. Now, they didn't play their best basketball. They had a season low of 26 rebounds, but at the end of the day, that's the number 2 team in the conference, and the Minutemen gave them a run for their money, so they kind of have the hot hand right now, Lou, and we'll see what the Rams have for this plan of attack.
We'll take a look at tonight's starting lineups on the Fordham side for the 3rd straight time. It's Jaffe Mador, Jackie Johnson III, Zach Riley, Ramad Dean, and Abdu Timbila. Will, against this physical UMass team, eyes drift towards Fordham center Abdu Timbila.
Oh, absolutely, Lou. Now, with UMass very good on the offensive rebounds. Defensively, totally different story. Now, one of the biggest problems with Fordham right now is the rebounding in general, on top of a few other things like shot efficiency. But let's focus on the rebounding. It just hasn't been great. Abdu Simbila is going to have his work cut out for him tonight. Gonna need to grab a hold of those defensive rebounds and find those outlet passes. Defensive rebounding, offensive rebounding, all the way around, the Rams really need a strong improvement.
On the UMass side, well, it starts with the guards. Jalen Curry, who was named the Atlantic 10 rookie team last season, and Rasul Diggins, who was named the A10 co-most improved player of the year. That's the 1 and 2. At the 3, Jaden Jingay. At the 4, it's the dynamic transfer forward. Daniel Rivera comes over from Bryant. He is just a beast. Athletically can finish high at the rim. He's a fun kid to watch. And at the 5, Malik Abdel-Goad. You talk about this UMass team. They're hungry, they're physical, they get offensive rebounds. They might not be the most talented team on the offensive end, but what they lack offensively, they make up for in effort.
They absolutely do, Lou. Now, Rasul Diggins, not your typical high-volume scorer, the best that UMass has right now, but overall, this is a 1 through 5 filled with grit and poise, and as we were just pointing out in their last 2 games, they are not going to quit. It doesn't matter what the standings say or what the stats say. We're here in January, we're creeping up on February. These games get a little bit more meaningful as the days go on. Everyone still with a lot to play for.
As it currently stands right now, it's a battle between the 14th team in the A10, that would be UMass at 1 and 3, and the team in last place in the A10, that's Fordham, the only team in the A10 that is yet to get a win in conference play. They'll look to change that tonight in front of a packed Rose Hill Gym. The student section, there's not a seat in sight, Will. That's something Coach Urgo's been asking for all year long.
It's looking like the Rose Thrill of a couple years ago, and I'm loving it. Just wait until everyone gets on their feet. It should be a show. During shoot-around, a lot of the walk-ons, they were really hyping it up and trying to emulate what the crowd noise will be like.
All set for the tip, and it's the longest tenured Fordham Ram, Abdu Timbila, that bats it back to Jackie Johnson. Fordham possession, and we're underway here from the historic Rose Hill Gym. Mador dribbles up top, swings it left, and into the corner for Ramad Dean. Dean curling free throw line, back to the basket, in the paint, fakes, throws it up, off glass, no good, and the rebound pulled down by Daniel Rivera. Rivera pushes with speed, opening 30 seconds, lobs it down low for Abdel-Goad. He's blocked by Jaffe Mador, rising up. The small guard gets the rejection.
Yeah, we're waiting on a signal for whose ball it is. It looks like it's going to be UMass's, but that's an excellent hustle defensive play from Jaffe Medor. Totally outmatched, and he wins the match.
Jaffe Medor, 6'0", but he's got quite the vertical, and he got up there. Jalen Curry swings it right for Diggins. Diggins, UMass's leading scorer. Step back three from the corner, and hits nothing but net. Rasul Diggins gets UMass on the board. 3-0 lead for the Minutemen. 19:08 first half. Jackie Johnson III drives right, gets the screen from Zach Riley. Foul on the floor as Zach Riley shoved hard to the ground. Zach Riley hits the court hard, and this should stay Fordham ball as they'll call the foul on Rasul Diggins. Riley, the trigger man, far sideline. Jackie Johnson III, deep left wing. He'll jab, gets the screen left from Timbilo. Johnson picks up the dribble, resets up top for Jaffe Medor. 9 on the shot clock. Medor swings right for Riley, down low Timbilo. Left post, shovels inside for Riley, and called for the offensive foul.
That was great post defense, taking the charge for UMass. They get the ball back, but what I'm really impressed with so far, Lou, is this perimeter defense. The two guards up in front doing an excellent job, not allowing a ton of penetration, making it really hard for the Rams to find the rim early on.
3-0 UMass ahead, opening minute and 15 seconds. And the defense chants get going from this home crowd, the student section. Daniel Rivera hands off for Diggins, takes the three, hits again, and he drew the foul. This could be a 4-point play for Rasul Diggins, and you see early on why he's their leading scorer.
Aggressive, tenacious, doing whatever he can to get to the rim. A lot of fouls early on here, Lou, as well.
Referees are going to talk this one over. Both sides head back to their respective benches. Coach Urgo barking at both his team and the referees, it seems. I'll have to take a second here to figure this out, but, well, this is a UMass team that does not shoot the three well at all. In fact, they are dead last in the A-10 in three-point percentage, and they are the fourth worst team in the nation in three-point percentage at 26.5%, but Rasul Diggins, one of the bright spots, 29.6% from deep. I guess technically one of the bright spots. That's not a great three-point percentage, but he hunts it, he takes them a lot, and he is a dynamic three-level scorer.
Well, you got to have someone out there that will take the shot. It's another problem that Fordham struggles with a lot, is definitely that deep ball efficiency, along with a lot of other shots, mid-range shots, but focusing on the deep ball. Yeah, it's something that Fordham's got to take advantage of at 26.5%. You need someone to throw it up, and why not it be Diggins, best scorer on the team?
The referee's still looking this one over at the monitor. I believe this is an official review to see whether or not Rasul Diggins was fouled on the three-point attempt. He's already 2 for 2 from three-point land, and talk about Fordham's woes defensively, dead last in the A-10 in scoring defense. It feels like no matter what happens, they end up on the wrong side of things. You play a UMass team that can't hit water out of a boat when it talks to 3 points percentage, and they come out right away 2 for 2 from deep.
Yeah, it looks like they did their homework defensively, though. I was really taken aback by how good that perimeter defense was to start for UMass, off to a 6-0 lead early on. A little bit of a hole to climb out for Fordham. A lot of basketball left here, but right now, I guess the main goal here is to stop Rasul Diggins.
Early check-in for Joshua Rivera as Ramad Dean takes the early seat. They've ruled the foul on the floor, so UMass retains possession after the three-pointer. Baseline inbound. Bounce inside for Rivera, but 5 seconds called on UMass. A strong defense there by the Rams. They force the turnover. Fordham at least able to salvage what could have been a big swing for the Minutemen, getting the three-pointer and then retaining possession. Medor across the timeline. Rams already trailing 6-0 in opening 2.5 minutes. Medor, free throw line. Back out Rivera. Throws it to the corner for Johnson. Takes the three and answers. Fordham on the board, trailing by 3.
It's great back and forth passing. You're having trouble breaking the perimeter defense. Find the hot hand, and a great spot at that in the corner for Jackie Johnson.
Jackie Johnson III, 17.9 points per game. That's 5th in the Atlantic 10. Curry, his pass deflected and intercepted by Johnson. Throws it ahead to Rivera, but it's stolen back by Jinge. UMass the other way. Diggins steps inside the three-point line, but travels, or I should say double dribbles in the process of doing so.
Clear double dribble, give Fordham the ball back. That was a rush pass from Jaffe Medor, though. Don't want to force anything. You're only down by 3. Find those buckets when you can. I like the hustle, but get back in the game.
6-3, 17-40 first half. Riley rips through, swings right for Johnson. Deep 3, this time it's short. Rebound Rivera. Daniel Rivera drives the left lane, takes contact, floater off glass and in. That is a tough shot by Daniel Rivera, and Daniel Rivera, the Bryant transfer, he is a fun kid to watch out there.
They had 12 points a game, 7.5 rebounds a game. Very close to a double-double machine. Nice touch at the glass with the left hand.
8-3 UMass. Lob down low for Tim Bila. Can't slam it down. He's blocked at the rim. Rivera the other way. Euro snap up with the left hand. Sinks it and gets the foul. Oh, it is all UMass to start this one. A 10-3 lead. Rivera's going to the line, and UMass is trying to quiet this Rams crowd.
Well, that play was just that, Lou. Jalen Curry, excellent help defense coming to the blind side of Abdou Simbila to get the chase down block, and then another great finish with the left hand there by Daniel Rivera going for the N1 try.
17:01 the first half, and Daniel Rivera can make this an 8-point lead. Daniel Rivera leads UMass in rebounds, 7.5 a game. That's 5th in the A-10. He's 2nd in the A-10 in double-doubles. He misses the free throw. It goes off of Timbila's right hand and out of bounds, staying with the Minutemen.
That's just one of those things, Lou. Not everything going, or honestly, not anything at all going the Rams' way right now. Try to hustle for that rebound, just knock it right back out of bounds for the Minutemen.
Jameer Tripp, Ryan Pettis are in for the Rams. Diggins on the deep right wing, fumbles with the handoff to Curry, but it's Curry that controls, drives right, lefty floater, it's short. Timbila rips away the rebound. Medor controls, near side, he'll take it coast to coast, can't lay it in with the right hand. Rebound brought in by Abdel Goad. Diggins down low for Rivera, takes it to the short corner. Back to the basket, there's a foul off ball with Abdel Goad hitting the floor. And it's the push from Ryan Pettis.
Yeah, it looked like Pettis did get him from behind there, playing really aggressive defense all the way around on the right corner here near our scorers table. But once again, though, Lou, 7-point deficit right now. It's really been all UMass.
Abdel Goad underneath the basket, bounces down low for Chingue, who lays it in. 12-3 UMass. 9-point lead, and shades of that Davidson game where Fordham really struggled in the first half, shot 23% from the field. Once again, a slow start for the Rams. Timbila, far short corner. Posts up on Abdel Goad, lefty hook is good. And Timbila hopes to answer the UMass run.
Great move by Timbila there. Abdel Goad gave him all the space in the world, just kept backing, and the floater to go.
Diggins, step back 3, no good. Another rebound for Timbila. Sends it ahead to Medor. Medor inside three-point land. This is Pettis in the corner. Pettis gets tangled up. Ball is loose. Pettis able to pick it up, throwing off the head of Daniel Rivera. Saves it for the Rams. And it will be Fordham basketball when we come back. Well, maybe not the best start for the Rams, but still early. 12-5, UMass leads 15-41 first half. You're listening to Fordham men's basketball on WFUV Sports.
Hi, this is Ben Oppenheimer reminding you to tune in to New York's longest running sports call-in show, One on One. Catch One on One live on the WFUV Sports YouTube channel every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then later on 90.7 FM from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. We'll catch you next Saturday on One on One.
Orlando and Will Tallant. It's the 100-year celebration at the historic Rose Hill Gym. Despite the packed crowd, Fordham not really kicking things off with a bang. They trail 12-5, and it's been all UMass so far. And Will, you just get a little scared. You think back to that 74-64 loss at Davidson to wrap up the road trip last Saturday, and well, Fordham ends the first half with just 20 points. They shoot 23% from the field, 1 for 15 from 3, and despite a really strong second half offensively, you put yourselves in that big of a hole. You're just not going to be able to win that many basketball games. And listen, still very early in this first half, but you do need the Rams to get off to a much better start today.
Well, and especially out of this timeout. It starts right now. Whatever happened before, it's over. Let's regroup. Let's play ball after this timeout. But you're absolutely right, though, Lou. In that first half, it was abysmal. It was not a way that you want to end a 5-day road trip. Coming back here, big night, big celebration. After this timeout, get things going in the right direction. Immediately after this timeout, find a way to make a play. All the plays are going UMass's way. Let's have one go Fordham's way.
Someone that's been noticeable for the Rams so far, Abdou Timbila, an early bucket, 2 rebounds. Well, Fordham really need him to step up. Last time he played UMass, he had one of his 6 career double-doubles. He has not really shined this season in the last 3 games, shooting just 23% from the field. He's seen his field goal percentage drop from 55% to 48%. They could really use a return to form from Abdou.
And, you know, he's gotten into a lot of foul trouble in a lot of these games early on in conference play. Already up to 1 right now, so he's safe. It looks like Matt Zona is also in. Maybe provide a little bit more of a spark shooting-wise.
Pettis to Zona, left elbow 2 is short. And the rebound tipped by Rivera. It's kept in. Here's Tripp down low. Can't slam it down. He was stuffed by Shaheed Muhammad. Tripp going for the highlight dunk. Can't get it. Curry's deep 3. Grazes the rim. Fordham controls. Josh Rivera in the corner. Back out to Medor. Right wing 3. Off the backboard and out. It's secured by Daniel Rivera. UMass ball. It's 12-5. Minutemen lead. First 5 minutes of action here from the Rose Hill Gym. Curry tosses it left. Back up top for Rivera. Rivera posts up on Tripp. Curls around. Goes up with the left hand. But it won't matter. There's a foul on the floor prior to the basket. And that's the first one going against Jameer Tripp.
And Daniel Rivera is really having an excellent day in the post, especially driving to his left. Didn't create a shot there, but 2 excellent floaters off the glass early on to get him a few points on the board. And this most recent play, drawing a foul all on that left side of the glass.
Jinge, the trigger man, baseline inbound, corner for Diggins. Diggins drives, loses it. Zona credited with the steal. Fordham trails by 7. Johnson crosses half court. He'll drive, stops at the short corner, and now trails back out. Bounces down low for Tripp. Tripp fouled as he spins around. The foul on Jaden Jinge, his first. Foul on the floor. Stays here with the Rams. Tripp up top to Rivera. Rivera drives, but he travels. Didn't put the ball on the ground. Feet sped up on him, and Fordham not able to take advantage of a UMass foul.
Too many steps right there, Lou. Not what you want at all if you're the Rams. Good possession, good fight. UMass playing really, really solid defense as well. Getting a few blocks on the board, but little things like that. Got to put the ball on the ground. You got to dribble. Turn the ball over like that, it's not going to help.
Up top, Hankins Sanford wide open for 3. It's off left iron, and Fordham controls. Johnson the third up top, takes the deep 3, it's blocked. Fordham fighting for the loose ball, they have it. Pettis back out to Johnson, a second chance. Corner for Rivera, pulls from 3, and hits! Josh Rivera! And the crowd gets going, it's 12-8. Worthy Jr. in transition, blocked by Zona. Tripp has it, driving, kicks, Josh Rivera, blocked at the rim, but draws the foul.
Yeah, lots of action going on in those two plays. That's what you need if you're Fordham, a little bit of a spark. How about some spunk? Let's have a little bit of spunk. UMass trying to take advantage of the exciting bucket, very good hustle defense, and now Josh Rivera at the line shooting two, hopefully adding a little bit more to this Fordham total.
Will, you know me, I love spunk.
I know you love spunk. Was
a-
it spunky?
Oh, trip in transition, a beautiful shovel pass to get it to Rivera, who sinks the first free throw, and Josh almost had one of his signature highlight reel dunks. Instead, he'll have to get it at the line. Slowly but surely improving at the free throw line. The free throw percentage still below 50%, but the last few games looking more and more comfortable. Fordham trails 12-9 as they wait for Rivera's second. It's short, but UMass jumped early on the free throw. Jingay lost balance, so that's going to earn a third free throw attempt here for Josh Rivera.
Reminds me now, I don't know if he did anything. I was looking at my sheet here, but that reminds me, since it is the historic night at Rose Hill, every Chuba Oham's second free throw here at Rose Hill, there was always a third. There was always a third.
Chuba Oham's one of the many Rams greats that you think of when you think about all the great players that have come through here and played in the Rose Hill gym. And Chuba, kids like Will and I that came in at freshman, he was the guy. Well, Rivera takes advantage of the extra free throw. He hits. It's a 2-point game, 12-10, 13-46 in the first half. Hankins Sanford posts up in the short corner, back out to Curry. Jalen Curry guarded by Jackie Johnson III. Back to Hankins Sanford, and Hankins Sanford travels. Momentum is starting to turn back in favor of the Rams. They have the ball and a chance to tie this game early in the first half.
This is what you were looking for out of that timeout. If you're the Rams, lose some things going your way, even if some weren't going your way. That last sequence or two, that's what you want to see. And now, slowly but surely, here come the Rams, now just down two.
Handoff for Rivera, right wing, up top Zona. Zona dribbles left, picks up the dribble, gives it to Johnson III. He drives underneath the basket, kicks out for Dean. Corner for three, pumps, shoots, rolls out. Rivera offensive rebound, back out Johnson, his three, no good. And the rebound this time secured by UMass, still 12-10, Minutemen ahead. Curry drives through two defenders, won't get the shot, does get the foul.
A little bit of a late call there, Lou. A little bit of a late whistle. A lot of fouls going on back and forth here, but another left-handed layup. This Minutemen team really loves to drive with the left side, and now getting an opportunity to shoot some more free throws. But if I'm the Rams, one thing I would want to see, maybe a pump fake out of Jackie Johnson, another opportunity at a shot on that last missed three attempt.
Jalen Curry misses the first free throw. 68.9% free throw shooter coming in. Jalen Curry, when you talk about UMass liking to drive left, he is the epitome of that. Really almost exclusively drives with the left hand. Listen to that crowd roar for the second free throw, and he'll hit. 3-point game, 13-10, UMass ahead. 12:53 first half. Trip, corner for Rivera. Rivera drives, takes contact, swatted down by Daniel Rivera. UMass the other way, Curry left wing. Back up top, deep three from Akil Watson, no good. Jackie Johnson III on the left wing, double team, back out to Zona, swings it left for Rivera, pumps, steps back, left wing three, no good. Zona offensive board, puts it back up and draws the foul.
I'm a little surprised that Zona passed up on that three right at the top of the key. Smart move, though. Dish it off to Josh Rivera. A little sidestep pump fake. I love it. And the hustle rebound, offensive rebounds, that got to have them. Second chance points, got to have those. And maybe another opportunity to put a couple more points on the board.
4 early offensive rebounds for the Rams, doubling the Minutemen. You love to see that. Offensive rebounds, that's the strength of UMass. Love to see Fordham play in their game. Rare miss on the free throw from Matt Zona. Shooting 85% from the line, but the first one bounces out. 13-10, UMass ahead. Fordham has started to close the gap. Zona makes good on the second, 13-11, 12-26 first half. Curry, long pass ahead to Hankins Sanford. Up top, Watson. Back out in the script Fordham logo for Jalen Curry. Watson swings it left, Rivera. Guarded by Josh Rivera. Rivera, Daniel drives, throws it wildly off the backboard. Dean the rebound. Rivera, cross court from Adore, leaps up, makes the catch, and nearly gets flipped over by Jalen Curry. That's going to be a foul, and the crowd is going to voice their displeasure.
And they were voicing their displeasures just a little bit. Akil Watson, one too many steps at the top of the key. Not too sure how the refs missed out on that one, but nevertheless, Fordham's ball underneath. Another opportunity to put some points on the board, maybe tie it, maybe even take the lead in this possession.
Fifth personal foul for UMass in this half. Dean up top, swings right for Johnson. Bounces corner for Rivera, back up top to Dean. Bounces out to Johnson, deep right wing three, that's no good. Watson the rebound. Fordham has had chances. They have not been able to overtake this UMass lead. Curry wide open for three, it's no good. Rebound tipped and kept in by Watson, who puts the putback in. 15-11, UMass ahead. Wild sequence there, UMass gets the better of it. Mador drives, takes contact, lays it in. Jaffe Mador has started to heat up the last few games. He gets an early bucket. 15-13, corner for Watson, wide open, three, no good. Foul on the floor, Ramad Dean hits the court hard. That's a foul going against UMass. And it's Fordham possession and one step closer to being in the bonus when we get back. UMass 15, Fordham 13, 11-14 left in the first half. And with that, we'll send it back to the historic Rose Hill Studios for the one-on-one scoreboard update with Grace McCarron.
A one-on-one scoreboard.
Kicking things off with A10 men's hoops tonight. Davidson heads to Philly to face LaSalle. They lead with a score of 41-33 Wildcats. Early in the action for everyone else, Duquesne in the nation's capital to face GW. Score there is 13-10 GW. Dayton trails George Mason in Ohio with a score of 19-10. The Richmond Spiders visit the St. Bonaventure Bonnies. They trail with a score of 18-15 Bonnies. Later tonight, URI visits the Windy City to play Loyola Chicago at 9 p.m. In the NBA, the Knicks are in Philly to play the Sixers. Your score there is 13-5 New York. The Nets are in the City of Angels to play the Clippers at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. On the women's side of the A10, the UMass Minutemen beat the LaSalle Explorers 82-66 earlier this afternoon. The Fordham women visit the City of Brotherly Love to face St. Joe's. Score there is 14-12 Rams. Later tonight, we have GW versus St. Louis at 8 p.m. in Missouri. For a couple of top 25 matchups, Kansas versus Iowa State's score is 15-11 Iowa State. Penn State heads north to face Michigan State. In the SEC, Georgia visits Tennessee at 8 p.m. With your scoreboard updates, I'm Grace McCarron.
Well, you've heard from me, you've heard from Will Tallant. Now you'll hear from a third member of our crew, Mary Hannah Gallagher, along the sidelines. Mary, what do you got?
Well, today in Rose Hill, it's been a fast-paced matchup so far between Fordham and UMass. The Minutemen came out with an early burst of energy, playing aggressively and setting the tone right from tip-off. Their physicality and quick ball movement gave them an edge in the opening minutes, forcing the Rams to play catch-up. But Fordham isn't backing down. Head coach Keith Ergo has been a constant presence on the sidelines, urging the team to stay locked in and focused on the next play. During breaks, you can hear him reminding the players not to let the scoreboard dictate their energy or confidence. Fordham's bench has also been vocal, keeping them motivated and engaged. So what's working for the Rams? They're capitalizing on UMass's mistakes as the Minutemen try to maintain their lead. Whether it's mixed shots or turnovers, Fordham is staying sharp, cutting into the deficit with smart ball movement and timely defensive stops. As we head into the second half, Fordham will need to maintain this resilience and continue banking on UMass's minuscule mistakes. With the crowd behind them and the momentum shifting, this game is far from over.
And thank you, Mary. Well, you can certainly feel the crowd's impact on this game early. And Fordham has been able to respond from an early 12-3 deficit. It's 15-13 with 11 to go in the first half. Tripp drives underneath the basket, and he's fouled on the floor. But that should send Fordham to the line and put them in the bonus. The foul on Daniel Hankins Sanford. Jameer Tripp to the line with a chance to tie this game if he makes both. Tripp misses the first. Rebound is batted up, but secured by UMass. Fordham misses another chance to tie this game. Jalen Curry on the near side, guarded tightly by Riley. Uses a screen, drives left. Corner for Daniel Rivera. Fakes three, drives inside. Double team, spins down to the block, throws it off glass and in. Tough shot by Daniel Rivera.
Daniel Rivera now up to 6 points on the day, having a really, really fun day down in that left block. Very strong with his left hand, also playing really good help defense on a lot of different sequences.
Medor, triple drive, lays it in so quick, and the pretty move to break free.
Jaffe Medor, pretty move. A little Euro step in midair, actually. Very, very nice switching hands, great control of the ball, and a great way to finish it off.
Jaffe Medor has been sensational, averaging over 17 points per game the last three, looking a lot like the guy we saw last year. Daniel Rivera open on the left block, fouled as he puts it up. Rivera's earned himself a trip to the line. To point about Jaffe Medor, Medor was Fordham's leading scorer until late January when he fractured his foot, came back because they thought it was an ankle sprain, played through it, and was never quite the same player, ended up getting taken out of the starting lineup. He's healthy now, and he's really starting to settle into form. Daniel Rivera makes the free throw. And here's the second, off the back of the rim and in. 19-15, Minutemen ahead. Clock dips under 10 minutes here in the first half. Hand off for Riley, dribbling left, hands off to Tripp. Tripp in the corner. Tripp has it stripped away. Rivera in transition, kicks out for Curry, wide open three, it's no good. Medor the rebound. Medor spins into the paint, fading away. Shot's no good. He drew the foul, though.
You know, I will say, it seems like Jaffe Medor did a very nice job of taking advantage of the body language of Jalen Curry. Wide open for a three, misses it hard off of back iron. Jaffe Medor just Swiss cheeses his way into the paint for the foul. Didn't make the basket, but he's at the line shooting two. But definitely took advantage of Curry's frustrations after missing that wide open three and has an opportunity to cut the margin a little bit here.
He makes the first free throw. Medor's just got that special type of athleticism, so quick, can drive by anyone, and I think people forget just how good he can be offensively. When he was brought in last year from UTSA, people expected him to be the #1 scorer, and he was that until his injury. He can still be that for this team, and you see it in the flashes here as he makes both free throws, cuts the lead to 2. 19 points against VCU, 20 against Davidson. You can get that every night from Jaffe Medor. Medor gets the steal off the inbound, and Josh Rivera fouled on the right wing. That will be more free throws for the Rams. How about Jaffe Medor doing it on both sides of the ball?
Excellent court awareness, not only from Jaffe Medor, but from Josh Rivera as well. Doing an excellent job of scrapping for that ball, drawing the foul, and now with an opportunity to tie this ball game up with just a little under 9.5 to go in the first half.
Josh Rivera, who has been plagued with free throw issues since his freshman year at Lafayette, hoping that he's turned a corner due to the free throw violation last time out. He went 2 for 2 from the line. If he did that again, Fordham would tie this game up for the first time since tip. Bit of an equipment issue for Zach Riley, who has to toss his headband, or his wristband, to head coach Keith Urgo. But we're all good, squared away. Fingers wiggling in the crowd. Rivera bends and hits the first free throw. 19-18. Rams within one. Rivera's second. No good, it's short. Batted out of bounds. Last touch by Fordham.
It was a good try from Matt Zoner to try to haul in that offensive rebound, make it a three-point play. And Fordham going to the full court press as they like to do. Got to find a way to create some more turnovers, create some more misses, and steadily climb back in and hopefully eventually take the lead.
19-18, 9:15 in the first half. Rivera drives, kicks it to the corner. The three is good. It rattles in. Nate Garangamba from the corner. 22-18. Minutemen extend their lead to 4. Rivera drives and slams it down with two hands. Josh Rivera having a good first half. Full court press still active. It's Daniel Rivera, a versatile forward that will dribble it up and cross half court. Hands off for Diggins Jr., top of the key. Diggins drives, lays it in with the right hand off glass, a contested look, but makes it nonetheless.
Yeah, that's why he's one of the best scorers, if not the best scorer on this team, just with ease. Fluid motion, just flicked it right up onto the right side of the glass for an easy 2.
Fordham stepped out of bounds on the near side. Josh Rivera not too thrilled with the call, but a turnover. UMass basketball already up 24-20. Rivera and Marquis Worthy get tangled up. Riley and Marquis Worthy, and it's Riley called for the foul.
Yeah, a little bit of chirping going on as well. Zach Riley didn't like the call. A lot of whistles being blown in the last 3 possessions or so, and pretty much in this whole entire first half, Lou. A lot of different fouls for a lot of different reasons. Both teams in the bonus.
Zach Riley going to have a word with the officials, but needless to say, that is a costly foul with UMass already in the bonus. Worthy Jr. to the line for 2, a 73.9% shooter. Buries the first. Second, good as well. 2-for-2 trip from Marquis Worthy. 26-20 is the UMass lead. 8-11 in the first half.
Well, if you're the Rams, you really want to try to tighten it up with these different foul calls. I love the aggression on defense, but you got to try to find a way to not send the Minutemen to the line whatsoever.
Riley up top, swings back to Medor. Corner for Rivera. Back into the hands of Medor, top of the key. 12 on the shot clock as Medor fumbles with the ball. Dribbles on the right wing, bounce inside for Rivera, takes contact, banks it in. No foul call, but a tough shot by Josh Rivera.
Josh Rivera staying very tough, stayed with that shot all the way until the very end.
Here's the 3 from Garangamba, and it rolls out. Hit from that spot last time. 10 early points for Josh Rivera, leading the Rams. Medor posts up, hop step into the paint, fades away, can't get it to go. Just didn't have the touch. 26-22, UMass ahead. Euro from Diggins, wild shot with the left hand. Hits backboard, doesn't hit rim. Medor slows it down. Rivera, deep right wing, picks up the dribble. Zona top of the key. There's Riley off a screen. Kicks out for Zona. His three. He hits! That Zona cuts the lead to 1.
That's what the Rams needed, Lou. A big-time three from their big stretch 5.
Worthy Jr. hits the contested 2. On the other end, nice shot contest from Matt Zona. Didn't stop Marquis Worthy from hanging in the air and banking it in. So we reach the under 8 media timeout. This one's gotten pretty fun. UMass still ahead by 3, 28-25, 6:40 left in the first half. You're listening to Fordham Basketball on WFUV Sports.
What's up, everyone? I'm Will Tallant.
And I'm Evan Harkin. We're two of your hosts for NFL Friday, WFUV Sports' exclusive NFL podcast.
From breaking down the weekly slate to fantasy football pickups, we've got you covered on all things around the NFL.
Stay tuned for our hosts' weekly picks as they compete against each other all season long.
Football is here, and so is NFL Friday.
It's the 100-year celebration at the Rose Hill Gym, a place that has seen a lot of history over the years. This year's Rams team looking to make history of their own, and it might be unexpected history. An 0-4 start in conference play. It's their worst start since the 2019-2020 season when they started 0-5. That team went 2-16 in conference play. That's not the game plan that this year's Rams want to replicate. And if they're going to turn this thing around, you have to think it all starts today. A matchup against a UMass team that's tough, but considered one of the bottom feeders in the A-10, and an A-10 that doesn't have all that many bottom feeders. The Rams trying to prove that they're not one of those bottom feeders. You got to build confidence. You got to get wins. That starts today.
Well, it's a perfect opportunity to get on the board if you're the Rams, Lou. Get one at home. Get one for the home crowd in the big-time celebration. Looking ahead to your next 3 games. You play Loyola Chicago. That is another winnable game if you're the Rams. Then more of a test against Duquesne. But then following that game, it's LaSalle. Those are 2 of 3 very winnable games here for the Rams. They could find themselves right back in the thick of it with a win tonight and some very important wins in their next 3 contests.
Well, Coach Ergo mentioned that last season Duquesne started the year 0-5 in conference. They ended up winning the A-10 tournament. Obviously, that's not the game plan. I will harken back to that very special 2022-23 season, the season that captured the hearts of every Fordham fan seemingly across the globe. They went 25-8. They lost in the semifinals. That was a team that started 1-3 in conference play. They got blown out twice in the first 4 games. Everything really turned around when they got back home. There were fans in the stands. It was that St. Louis game at the end of January that really changed things. It's tough to make comparisons between this team and that very special 2022-23 team led by Khalid Moore and Darius Quisenberry. But I will say, the fans have packed this gym, and if that's the case for every home game, you wonder if that boosts this team to a higher level.
Well, I think if you do ask any of the players, especially...
Oh my goodness, Rasul Diggins just threw up on the Rose Hill Gym court, so we'll have to get that cleaned up. There'll have to be a little timeout. Threw up right as play started. That was goodness.
I thought he had water in his mouth because I did see a little bit of liquid coming out. Now I hope Mr. Diggins is all right.
Like
Not
I
something
said,
you see all the time.
Like I said, Will, this gym has seen a lot of history, a lot of moments, and it's now seen Rasul Diggins throw up on the court, and I think safe to say, 100 years of basketball, it's not the first time that's happened. Remember last year, Fordham was throwing up all the time, and Coach Ergo loved it. They were throwing up in breaks, so throw-up has been a theme of broadcasts, I guess now the last 2 years at FUV. Go figure.
I guess so. I guess it's just one of those days. It's one of those things. And hope everything is all right. Maybe some minor dehydration, get them hydrated. Who knows, but
I will give a massive shout out to the Fordham men's basketball managers who have sped over and made quick work of the mess. They have cleaned it up.
Sure
and
have.
You'll hear it from Coach Early, you'll hear it from the players, you'll hear it from WFUV, the Fordham men's basketball managers. You put them up with just about anyone in the nation, they are terrific.
Keith Ergo loves him. Coach Ergo really does love him. Every time they go on a road trip and they design the A10 key, he gets a kick out of it and he loves it. That's hard work, that's dedication, that's showing up when your team needs you. A very integral part of the team. I remember last year, they go down to St. Thomas and they have the walkthrough outside, and they wake up really, really early in the morning and they set that up on that nice green that was outside their hotel so they could do their walkthrough. Really cool stuff.
And did the same thing, and Coach Ergo actually tweeted about it in the Davidson Hotel.
Yes. Yep.
Taping up a mock basketball court so that they could run over their sets.
The A10 logo and everything right by the free throw line.
A lot of work that goes a lot of times unheralded, but not by this team and not by this staff. Play resumes. It's Matt Zona top of the key. Rams trailing 28-25. Handoff from Mador. Drives inside. Kicks out for Johnson. He's blocked on the left wing. Marquis Worthy rose up and rejected a three-pointer from Johnson. Jalen Curry, right elbow two. It's good. 30-25, UMass ahead. Second time today, Jackie Johnson III has been blocked from three-point land. You don't see that a ton.
Yeah, it looked like he was rushing that one a little bit. That shot, another shot that probably could have used another little bit of a pump fake.
Johnson drives, splits two defenders, but no good on the lefty floater. Curry from the elbow again. This time it rolls out. Watson rips away the rebound. Second chance for UMass. Underneath the basket, puts it in. Little swing here for UMass. Lead back out to 7. 5:30 to go first half. Mador to Johnson, down low for Zona. Won't bank it in, but does draw the foul.
Nice job there by Matt Zona to draw the foul. He's having a nice game down low. That last possession, though, on defense did not come away with the rebound. Did fight for it, but did have a tough time coming down with it. It was right in his breadbasket, but right here, an opportunity to once again close the gap, and one of Fordham's best free throw shooters.
Zona grazes the rim on the first, and he is off uncharacteristically from the line. Said it when he missed a free throw in his first trip, that he has just been money from the line, so consistent. Oh for 2 trip from Matt Zona. That is a tough draw for the Rams. Worthy Jr. up top, Watson drives, can't lay it in. Great rim protection from the Rams. Door left wing, puts it between the legs, drives, triple teamed, kicks to the corner. It's off the hand of Ramad Dean and out of bounds. Dean was open in the corner, couldn't handle the feed.
I'm not too sure what it was there. Maybe he didn't see it all the way in. Maybe Jaffe Mador just really threw it that hard at him. I don't know, but that was a wide open look and definitely points the Rams can't afford to leave on the table.
It is no secret that this Rams team in just about every game has endured cold stretches, and in every one of their losses has endured a cold stretch that you could go, well, that lost them the game. Rams hoping this isn't one. Here's the drive. Kick out for Curry. Curry cuts inside, blocked by Matt Zona. And Fordham will slow it down. Mador crosses half court. 4.5 to go in the first half. Rivera up top, drives, wants to slam it down, stuffed at the rim. Curry the other way. Worthy Jr. drives, and his layup rolls out. Dean and Worthy Jr. get tangled up. Fordham quickly into the offensive end. Mador shovels down low for Zona, and Zona will get right back to the free throw line.
A lot going on in that last sequence there, Lou. It looked like Marquis Worthy passed up an open look to Akil Watson. Watson wasn't really a fan of it, and then obviously the rejection down low, a little bit of a tangle up as Fordham transitioned over to offense. But Matt Zona, once again, back at the line, doing a great job of drawing fouls in general, get that foul count up. Fordham now in the double bonus, but the key is you got to make these.
Yeah, he's missed 3 of 4 so far. And he misses another. His touch is completely left. He had missed just 3 free throws coming into tonight, 17 of 20 on the season. He's now missed 4 in this first half alone. And it rolls in. A fortunate bounce. And Zona makes the second, 32-26. UMass leads. Worthy Jr. Hands off for Garen Gamba. Left wing for Rivera. The handoff to Worthy Jr. Double teamed, and his pass intercepted. Mador, it's a 3-on-2. Left for Rivera, can't lay it in. The follow-up by Tripp, no good. But draws the foul, and on just about every possession now, Fordham is earning a trip to the line.
And they're applying the pressure, though, very much so. Really, really good steal there from Jaffe Mador, being in the right place at the right time. And then you got your 2 trail guys, little 3-man weave action between Roman Dean and Josh Rivera. Josh Rivera really, really wants to throw one down, very much so. He's getting really close, but all in all, Fordham once again doing a great job of getting to the line. And once we get out of this timeout, more free throws on the way for the Rams.
Jameer Tripp free throws coming up, but not before a one-on-one scoreboard update from Grace McCarron.
The one-on-one scoreboard.
Checking back in with A10 men's basketball. Davidson leading LaSalle 55-47. Duquesne leading GW. Score there is 37-29. In Dayton, Ohio, the Flyers trail the George Mason Patriots 33-18. Spiders trail the Bonnies upstate 37-25. In the NHL, the Buffalo Sabres lead the Carolina Hurricanes 3-0. The Edmonton Oilers face the Minnesota Wild at 8:30. Lots of local hockey tomorrow, though. The Devils visit the Toronto Maple Leafs at 7. The Islanders continue their homestand against the Flyers at 7:30. And the Rangers head west to play Utah at 9 Eastern. And from Major League Baseball, there appears to be 3 finalists for Japanese righty Roki Sasaki, according to John Heyman. They are the Blue Jays, Dodgers, and Padres. With your updates, I'm Grace McCarron.
Blue Orlando Will Tallant, stoked to be here in the historic Rose Hill Gym. A packed student section, and rightfully so, as we celebrate 100 years in the historic Rose Hill Gym. The Rams trying to do some celebrating of their own with the first win in A10 play. They've been able to keep it close after a 12-3 run by UMass to open this game. And lately what Fordham's done is they've been getting themselves to the line. Only problem is they haven't been super efficient when they get there. 7 of 13 from the free throw line to start this game. There are 2 more free throws coming up for Jameer Tripp. And it's hard not to think back to last year and all the free throw woes that this team endured.
Oh, absolutely, Lou. It was quite something to watch. I think that's just the best way to put it. This year, it's been like that, and it hasn't been like that. It's ebbs and flows. That's what it is. There's some games where the Rams are just really ice cold from the line, and there's games like this where they get there a ton, they start making them, and then they're not necessarily falling. Still a lot of basketball left, and doing a good job of drawing fouls, though, I will say. You just got to draw the personal fouls as Jameer Tripp hits the first one. Makes it a 5-point UMass lead over the Rams now, but keep forcing yourself to the line because the fouls are the fouls at the end of the day, and that's what you need to tally up. The points will come. You just got to find the stroke.
Perfect trip from Jameer Tripp. Last year, the Rams 66% from the line. This year, 71%. Jameer Tripp on the scoreboard for the first time today with 2 points. Garen Gamba, right wing. Back to Diggins, back in the game after throwing up earlier. High lob down low and laid in by Muhammad. 34-28. 6-point lead for UMass. 3:19 to go in the first half. Ryan Pettis, the freshman, back into this game. Tripp over to Zona, back up the Tripp. Bounces straight on for Josh Rivera. Hands off for Pettis, takes the three, and it's no good. Diggins, right wing, hesitates, drives, fades away. Zona pulls down the board. Diggins missed short. Medor, short corner for Rivera, back out to Zona, swings it left for Pettis, steps inside, left elbow two is no good. Back-to-back misses by the freshman Ryan Pettis, and then he gives a bump to Garen Gamba as he tried to jump that pass just a little late on the timing.
Tough sequence there for Ryan Pettis. 2 solid shots in the last offensive possession. That 3, I like the shot. It was definitely characteristic for him, and it was a good shot to take. That last shot, though, pump fake, I didn't really think he needed it all that much. He actually pump faked and dribbled into traffic, and now the Minutemen taking advantage of the frustrated Pettis. He draws the foul, and it looks like Jackie Johnson will sub in for the freshman Pettis right now, and that Zona will also make his way off the court.
I have not seen much of Abdu Timbila since the opening tip. He played 6 minutes in the first half. It's been a lot of Matt Zona. Matt Zona checks out, and now it's a relatively small lineup. Your biggest man on the floor would be the 6'7" Ramad Dean. You have the 6'7" Jameer Tripp out there as well. One of those true centers.
Abdu Simbila has had his warm-up on since he was subbed out of the game, and Matt Zona now goes up to the front of the bench with Pettis, looking like he will be the next substitution. So definitely some questions arising with Abdu Simbila. You don't normally see that. Wonder what is going on.
Garen Gamba hits both. It's an 8-point lead for UMass. Dean fakes the left wing three, drive, hop step. He's double teamed, and it's swatted down by Muhammad. Stays here with the Rams. Medor unable to draw the foul on the three-pointer, but it's kept here, and Medor lays it in. Shocked that he didn't get the foul call on the three-point shot, but either way, Medor ends that possession with a bucket.
A lot going on with that play, Lou. Excellent block there from Muhammad, and a great recovery from Jaffe Medor. Ugly shot from the corner, but obviously could have been a potential foul. Great follow-through, though. Gets it up, gets it in nice and easy. 2 points for the point guard, and now a 6-point deficit for the Rams.
Rivera run into by Jameer Tripp, who tried to poke the ball away. And in the process, Jameer Tripp made a little too much contact, call for the foul. That's his second. Minute 48 left to go first half. Now both teams in the double bonus. There's been a lot of fouls in this first half, Will.
A lot of fouls to go. 10 for the Rams and 12 for a grand total of 22. How about that? Between both sides, that is a lot, though. Feels like they've been in the bonus for quite some time, and now both of them in the double bonus for at least a minute. Fordham's been in the double bonus for at least a minute. I believe UMass has just now entered the double bonus.
First free throw good from Rivera. Makes good in the second. Perfect trip. Daniel Rivera, 10 points in the first half. It's a 38-30 UMass lead. Medor gets the high screen from Rivera. Dribbles left. Swings right for Johnson. Johnson drives. Circus layup, no good. Rebound, Muhammad. Here's Rivera in transition. Dominic Rivera posts up on Tripp. Spins around, wild on the shot. The rebound by Jackie Johnson, and draws the foul as he's knocked to the floor.
Yeah, great hustle from the shorter guard in Jackie Johnson. Gotta love when a shorter point guard comes in and gets a rebound like that, and on top of it, drawing a foul, giving his team another opportunity to put points on the board in a free way.
Jackie Johnson, 20 points against VCU, shot a career-high 16 three-point attempts, was held below double-figure scoring for the first time this season against VCU last Wednesday. It's been a quiet first half for the Rams' leading scorer. Just 3 points on 1 of 8 shooting to this point, and then misses the first free throw.
Free throw woes continue, Lou, for the Rams. It's really tough.
It feels like after a blazing hot non-con. Jackie Johnson has hit a little bit of a road bump and maybe a little bit of a cold stretch, and he's good enough to get the scoring even when he's not on the mark, but you've seen the efficiency start to drop.
A little bit. He went from one of the leading scorers, if I'm correct, he was the leading scorer in the A10 for quite some time. Now drops down to 5th, still very respectable, but pushing about 19 to 20 points a game, now just down to 17-9.
Johnson takes 1 of 2 at the line. 38-31, minute 15 to go. Far left side, Daniel Rivera double teamed. Dean trying to poke the ball free, dives at the feet of Rivera and trips him up. That'll be a foul and more free throws for Daniel Rivera. Fordham playing aggressive, trying to force steals, and instead what they're doing is they're giving UMass trips at the line.
That'll be Dean's second foul as well. Sembila, in the 5 minutes that he did play, did record 2 fouls. Could be a cautious move if you're Keith Ergo, but the fouls keep piling up. The only person on the roster right now to not have record a foul in this game is Josh Rivera. Definitely something to keep an eye on for the second half if this foul trend does in fact continue.
Rivera misses the first. But hits the second. 1 for 2 trip, 39-31. An 8-point lead for UMass. Minute 4 to go in the first half. Madorn moves left, takes the left wing 3. It rolls out. Rebound tapped up. And last touch by Daniel Rivera, staying here with the Rams. Great pressure in the far corner by Zach Riley.
Yeah, it was great work there from Riley, absolutely. Hustle for the rebound, didn't quite get it, but do whatever you can to throw off Rivera, and that's exactly what he did. Couldn't come up with it, no possession of the ball, and Fordham another opportunity to get some quick points on the board.
Sideline inbound. Reset up top to Mador. Swung left for Johnson. Back to Mador. Here's Rivera. 43 left in the first half. Johnson the third. Fakes. Takes the deep left wing 3. It's no good. Dean swats it out of bounds, and UMass has the ball. 33.9 seconds. 3 seconds ahead of the shot clock. Can't say that Fordham hasn't had their chances. They've had their looks offensively. They've been 3 of 15 from deep. That's 20%. And 26% from the field. I think all things considered, pretty impressive that you're only trailing by 8.
This is very characteristic of what this Fordham team has been doing pretty much ever since conference play started. High volume of shots. They're getting their looks. They're getting their opportunities, as you said, Lou, to find the basket. And it's just not falling their way. And then to couple that with a 10 for 17 free throw percentage at 58%, it's just not a recipe for success. And at this margin, an 8-point deficit is really not that bad at all. If you hit at least 5 of those free throws, we're looking at a whole different kind of a situation. But 9 of 34, Lou. Seen this trend a little bit. Saw it a lot against St. Louis, actually. It's just not going to cut it. You're going to need to be more efficient and find ways to score the route.
UMass has a chance to take a double-digit lead into halftime. 33.9 seconds left. They can take this down to just about all the way. Already leading by 8. 25 left to go, 20 on the shot clock. It's Curry up top. Swings right, Worthy Jr. Bounces left elbow for Rivera. Daniel Rivera. Lob down low for Abdel Goad, losing balance and traveled. Fordham gets the ball, 9.8 seconds left, the shot clock's off. They've got a timeout. You have to think the Rams use it once they cross half court.
Yeah, they definitely should, Lou. Get yourself a little bit of time to regroup and find the best possible shot. Anything you can do to narrow this deficit as much as you can.
Worthy Jr. will pressure up top. It should be relatively easy for the Rams to cross half court. They do. Ergo calls timeout. They got 7.6 seconds left in the half. They have a chance to draw something up. Great defensive possession to force the turnover against UMass. Now, what do you draw up offensively? Your star so far has been Josh Rivera. with 10 points. Medora's been pretty good as well with 8. The one guy that's been called and the one guy they usually draw plays for is Jackie Johnson III. 4 points, 1 for 9 from the field, 1 for 7 from deep. Will, do you think the ball ends up in his hands when the clock expires on the first half?
I do not. I think they go back to the locker room and you see a different Jackie Johnson, or hopefully at that matter, coming into the second half. I think you got to go Josh Rivera here or Romad Dean. More specifically, Josh Rivera, though, the hottest hand on the floor, the most points. Maybe find something inside, maybe something in the corner. Get the ball in Josh Rivera's hands. Good things could happen.
The 5 on the floor, Jameer Tripp, Jackie Johnson, Jaffe Medor, Ramon Dean, Josh Rivera. Tripp, the trigger man on the far sideline in front of the UMass bench. Medor, far side, 6 seconds left, top of the key. Medor dribbles left, pumps, contested left wing 3, it's blocked, and that's the end of the first half. Will, I'm not sure that's the look Fordham wanted. A contested left wing 3 from Jaffe Medor that was promptly blocked. And Fordham goes into halftime trailing by 8.
It looked like they had something going early on with the first initial screen. And other than that, Lou, I really couldn't tell you what was going on there. Not the look that you want whatsoever. A very highly contested and forced 3 to end the half. It's not really the best way to do it, but nevertheless, an 8-point deficit, still a lot of time to make it up, and a good finish brewing here in Rose Hill.
For the second game in a row, Fordham enters halftime shooting 25% or lower from the field and below 20% from 3. Gonna need to see those numbers go up in the first half. Josh Rivera leads the Rams with 10 points. It's Daniel Rivera with 11 points on the UMass side. 39-31 is the UMass lead at halftime. The fans in the stands gonna get some free Chick-fil-A. And if you're listening at home, you're gonna be in great hands. We're gonna send it back to the Rose Hill Studios underneath the basement in Keating. It's Monty Dembele and Grace McCarron with the one-on-one halftime report.
The one-on-one halftime report.
You are indeed in the best hands. Lou Orlando and Will Tallant doing their thing in the Rose Hill Gym, but from the WFUV studios here in Fordham University, I am Monty Dembele, joined here by the also illustrious Grace McCarron, talking some Fordham hoops again. Fordham Rams hosting the UMass Minutemen. Current score 39-31. Fordham trailing by 8 in their own home gym. And Grace, before I kick it off to you, I have to say, even with the loss, even with the inefficiency in the way Fordham's been playing, I do want to say that this is an encouraging sign, right? Fordham 0-4 to open up conference play, not able to get anything. Big fat donut 0 for 8-9 on the season in total, but Keith Ergo talked about their defense, which is something that you've seen come together. They're playing as more as a defensive unit, and a lot of their star players are coming within to their own. Jaffe Medor, right? Efficient road trip down south, averaged 19 on 50% shooting, 4.5 assists a game, right?
Right.
Jackie Johnson, we all know what he does. Double figures in the scoring column, left, right, and center. 20-point outings this year. Matt Zona, 14 and 7, average double figures in the recent 2-game trip there. So if you're Fordham, I mean, like, even down 8, I wouldn't fret. I know the offense has to come alive, but I think this game is a lot closer than the scoreboard may dictate.
Yeah, and I think them keeping it close is important. You said they haven't had a win in conference play yet, and you need that desperately at this point. Them keeping it close is big. They have the crowd behind them, obviously, right? It's the 100th anniversary of the Rose Hill Gym. Crowd's coming out. Everybody's loud, but they do at the end of the day. You gotta look at the score. You gotta win the basketball game. UMass is not the most formidable opponent in the A10 by any means. There's a lot of good teams in this conference, so I'd really like for them to. I mean, 8 points is obviously very much not
very doable.
They can overcome that fairly easily, but you got to see them do that.
You have to see them do that. And on the side of the Minutemen, they're shooting. Hey, you got to give them credit. 41.9% from the field. We're talking about A10 play, not NBA, but that's pretty good, right? Now, the three-point shot is not falling, but they're shooting better than Fordham. And they've been able to outdo the Rams on the boards. Again, a lot of this Rams basketball, whenever they find themselves in a rut, they've been able to go back to the basics. It's almost like muscle memory. What you know best, the devil And Fordham, it's always been defense. It's always been rebounding. It's always been getting out in transition. But the Minutemen have them checked everywhere, and their star players have showed out. You talk about Jaden Curry. You talk about he had to take a second on the sideline because I believe he had a sickness. Rasul Diggins himself, too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the stars, how do you contain that level of talent? I mean, like, I don't know what particularly you throw at them, but Fordham's getting hit, and while 8 points is very doable, I mean, like, you don't want to see this game slip away from you.
Yeah, you have to keep it close. Another note I wanted to touch on, you talked about the stats a little bit, but neither team doing that well shooting from three.
Sure.
UMass 27.3 and Fordham at 18.8, 18.8 being 3 for 16 for the Rams, 3 for 11. For UMass, got to see a little more of that, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it has to uptick quick, fast,
and
in a hurry here. 39-31, ladies and gentlemen, for those just joining the halftime show. Again, when I look at this Fordham team particularly, it's not so much of an effort of maybe bad shots, or they're getting into their shots, but the basket just seems so very small at some, like, I don't know how to describe it. It's not like Fordham's not able to get good looks off, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are. They absolutely are. They're getting to their shots, but the basket just seems small.
Yep.
It's almost like when you're a head coach, you tell your guys, those shots will eventually fall, those shots will eventually fall, those shots will eventually fall. But when you're continually getting a high-quality shot and they're not falling, I don't know where you go from that, Grace.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like you're knocking at the door, but for some reason this door is it's locked for some reason.
Yeah.
You're doing everything right. It's the right key, but for some reason it's not opening. I don't know where you go from there, particularly with that.
Yeah, that can be kind of a vibe killer, like when you feel like you're doing the right things and the shots aren't going in. It can feel like a lot of bad luck, but you do absolutely need to see a lot. I mean, it's a very evenly matched game so far. I think you alluded to that a little bit earlier, Madi. So it's very much in reach. We don't want to sound like it's not in reach.
Yeah.
It very much is. They've played fairly well so far, but they do, both sides, to be honest, need to see definitely a little more from three. But
I think one player, just to throw this over to the spotlight, you don't hear his name a lot, but you definitely should. Joshua Rivera, right?
Mm-hmm.
10 points, efficient from the field tonight, high usage, but he's making good on that promise there. Plays above the rim, a Skywalker is what I describe him. He had a big-time slam dunk earlier in the year, and he's had one today, and he's finishing practically around the basket efficiently. Had a tough layup here, but maybe you feed the beast. Maybe you draw plays for Joshua Rivera. Everybody get out the way. Maybe face him up. I mean, like, is that an approach that they?
Yeah, I think I agree with that. That's a good approach.
I mean,
always feed the beast.
Feed the beast, indeed. And of course, Jaffe Medora, again, coming off of that impressive 2-game stretch there. Zach Riley, Jalen Johnson, Ramad Dean. And if you're Massachusetts, very much impressed with the play of Daniel Rivera on the other side. Daniel Rivera had a very, very impressive game last time out. Big body inside, 6'6", 215 pounds, averages 12, 7.5 rebounds per game. And right now, he's the leading scorer at 11. This team, if you talk about their front court, they're much deeper than the Fordham Rams, particularly in the front court. They have more size because you look at the Amadou Doumbia, right? 6'11".
Yeah.
And then we talk about Rivera, 6'6", and they have other bodies who could throw out there. So if you're Abdou Simbila specifically, because you were a big factor in this game, you have to take that responsibility on. You have to say, I'm marking that guy. That's my man.
Yes, you absolutely do. That the size is a good point, actually, because, you again, for, like, vibe killer, like, you can feel a little bit overpowered, but you can't let that kind of thing get to you, especially when the game is this close. Like, it's right there.
Yeah. And it's been much of the sentiment for Fordham over this skid here. Like, they're doing well by halftime, but you start to realize that basketball is a war of attrition. It's a marathon. It's a 15, not 12, 15-round boxing match.
Yeah.
And if you're Keith Ergel, the emotional equilibrium is something that you may have to check for this team, because time with lead, it's right there in maroon. Massachusetts, 19, 14 seconds. And Fordham without the lead throughout this entire game. You're playing it close, but at some eventual time, it does have to change the tide. Grace McCarron, we could sit here and we could debate all we can, but talk is cheap. The only thing that is final is the scoreboard. Basketball is a game of runs, and if you're a Fordham faithful, you hope that the Rams do indeed go on a run. I think that's going to do it for our very, very quick halftime show. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me in studios, Grace McCarron, behind the boards, Lydia Perner. Bobby Jaffardini was in here not too long ago. Shout out to him as well. We're going to throw it back to Lou Orlando and Will Tallant in for Nick Guzman Feel Better as they take you through second half action of Fordham men's basketball versus the UMass Minutemen. Good night and good game. We'll see you later.
The one-on-one post-game report.
Well, we welcome you back into the Rose Hill Gym, and it's awesome to hear that Bobby Chaffardini was in the studio. We'd like to make a little announcement on the 90.7 FM radio airwaves. Our station director, our sports director, Bobby Chaffardini, welcoming in a son, Hayden Ryder. His son was born over Christmas break in December, so he's been tending to some new fatherly duties. We're very happy for Bobby and his family. We bring it back in the Rose Hill Gym. We turn our attention to the game. Fordham trailing by 8, 39-31. Will, that was not a great first half for the Rams. Maybe the bright spot, they got themselves to the line a lot. They didn't exactly hit all their free throws, and I think you look at it and you go, kind of lucky to only be trailing 8.
Yeah, the score doesn't tell the story here, Lou. 39-31. It's a good place to be coming into the second half, but with the way that they were shooting the ball and just moving the ball in general, it was not a great half. Now, on both sides combined, 24 fouls. If you're Fordham, that's great that you're drawing that many fouls and giving yourselves that many opportunities to score. If you're not getting them to fall at the line, what is the point at the end of the day? But overall, just a lot of sloppy basketball, and not what you want to see. Like I said, the score does not tell the story, but a whole second half to play and maybe a little bit of a shakeup in the locker room.
Well, Fordham shot 25.7% from the field, 3 of 16 from deep. That's 18.8%. Like we said in the first half, well, neither of those are going to win you a ton of basketball games. You think back to last game on Saturday against Davidson. They shoot 23.1% from the field, 1 of 15 from 3. They end up shooting nearly 45% from the field in the second half, but they still lose by 10, and that's because they put themselves in a big enough hole. Now, they put themselves in a spot where 8-point lead, not insurmountable when you think about the Rams, who have had trouble coming out strong to start second halves and piecing together complete games here in the second half. An 8-point lead, while not over surmountable, is not great either.
No, it's definitely not great, Lou. You're going to need to look for an increase in efficiency, and I keep harking on that because that's really been a huge problem for the Rams and a big reason why they can't close out certain games. Now, of course, the St. Bonaventure game was the St. Bonaventure game. That was the number 1 team in the A-10. A lot of different things going on with that one, but specifically that St. Louis game, now a top 2 team, top 3 team at that in the A-10. I'm not going to say it was reachable, but the shot efficiency could have been there, and that game could have been a little bit closer than what it reads to us now. And Fordham with an opportunity to change that narrative in this game, and they just got to continue to push, continue taking shots, but make sure that they're good ones. A lot of sidestep, pump fake shots, and some of these pump fakes that they're taking, I would be fans of it, but it's pump fake, dribble into another defender. They're dribbling into traffic, so a little bit better decision making, get some shots to fall, and continue to draw those fouls as well.
The Rams looking for a much better offensive effort. Josh Rivera leads their side of the box score with 10 points. Jackie Johnson just 4 points and 1 of 9 shooting, 1 of 7 from deep. There are a lot of important alumni that have come through this Fordham basketball program as we celebrate 100 years at Rose Hill. Earlier today, we saw Josh Colon Navarro, who was an integral piece of many of the Rams teams, turned from the late 2010s to the early 2020s. Nice to see alums showing up. The students have shown up for a Fordham team that is trying to turn things around, 0-4 to start their conference streak, and they've shown out to celebrate the legacy of the Rose Hill Gym, which is one of the more iconic gyms in New York City. It stood the test of time. It celebrates its 100th anniversary. It played its first collegiate game tomorrow in 1925, Fordham beat BC 46-16. That was a real college basketball score, Will. It was a real thing that happened.
You know what? It's the historic Rose Hill Gym. Anything could happen, and anything did happen even 100 years ago. And fun fact, we were looking at the website and the article that was naming all the different occasions that have happened, some happening while we've been here during our 4-year tenure here at school. But the Fat Joe's famous song, What's Love, didn't know that the Rose Hill Gym was featured in that music video. So for all the hip-hop and rap fans out there listening right now, Fat Joe, a New York native, that's pretty cool. Didn't know about that, and a lot of history just goes along with that history narrative.
And before the second half gets underway, we'll swing it back over to Mary Hannah Gallagher, who was along the sidelines for the first half.
As the first half rounded out here in the gym, Fordham's defensive adjustments have been key. They're applying relentless pressure on the ball, focusing on the Minutemen to retreat into their corners where they've struggled to find clean looks. The hustle from Fordham has been great tonight. They've been aggressive in gaining possession, but there's still room for improvement when it comes to following through with defensive stops. UMass has been able to capitalize on a few second chance opportunities, but the Rams are making strides in defensive rebounding, limiting those opportunities as the game progresses. Offensively, the Rams are pushing hard on their drives to the basket. Now it's all about finishing strong and converting those opportunities into points. You can see the determination on the players' faces. Each drive is a chance to chip away at UMass's lead. Fordham focus is clear. Keep the pressure high, follow through on defense, and capitalize on every offensive possession. The energy is building here, and the Rams are feeding off the crowd as they look to shift this game into their favor going into the second half.
Second half underway. It's UMass basketball. The Rams looking for their first win in A-10 play in front of a packed Rose Hill Gym. Diggins straight on, swings left for Daniel Rivera, 11 points in the first half, takes the three and hits. An early three for UMass, and the lead up to 11 points, their largest of the night. Daniel Rivera has got 14 points as he hits an early three. UMass not known for their three-point shooting. They've gotten it to go a few times already tonight. Johnson the third, off a screen, lefty floater, it's good, rolls in. Early bucket for Jackie Johnson the third after a quiet first half. Diggins the other way, spins, sends Medor to the floor, and it's Medor the blocking foul. He can't believe the call.
Medor not happy about that one, Lou, and I can't say I agree with him. It didn't seem like he got his feet all the way set there, but you want to try to sell it, of course. I like the idea for sure. Try to get that ball back in Fordham's way. First shot goes in this second half, and got to tighten up the defense now and just continue to climb back in it.
UMass ball, an inbound underneath the basket. UMass moving right to left, Fordham left to right. Fordham wearing all white, maroon script across the chest, maroon striping down the sides. UMass is in all black. Baseline inbound, stolen by Zach Riley, jumped in front and intercepted it. Jingay gonna come back and battle for it, forces the jump ball. Either way, Fordham possession.
Yeah, I love the effort from Zach Riley there. Jumps right to the floor, dives on that ball, creates the havoc, and gives the ball right back to Fordham via the jump ball. You just got to love that intensity, love the tenacity as well from Zach Riley.
Fordham going to need more plays like that to turn the momentum, get back in this game. Medor dribbles right in front of the half-court line, bounces Dean. Dean right elbow, down to Johnson, lefty floater, it's good again. Banked it in.
I love it. Great find there from Ramad Dean. Jackie Johnson, the third, cutting right in. Nice little backdoor cut, floats it in. 4 points in this half already for Jackie Johnson.
Perfect assist by Ramad Dean. Here's Curry, left wing off a screen, drives baseline, takes the jumper, it's short, Dean rebound. 42-35, 7-point lead for UMass. Riley fakes the three, drives. Picks up the dribble, resets to Medor. Medor had it knocked away, stolen by UMass. Rivera in transition, bad bounce pass to Abdel Goad, but draws the blocking foul on Zach Riley, who couldn't get the feet set.
You know, I don't mind that from Riley. Try to create some havoc there. find a way to stop play as the Minutemen, they've been doing a really nice job, Lou, in transition. Something we really haven't talked about so far in this game. Very quick, very fast out of a rebound, out of an inbound, whatever the case may be. They get right to it on the opposite end of the floor. Zach Riley doing a nice job of controlling that pace.
Sounded on practice last night. Coach Ergo warning his team, UMass, they're going to wear you down. They're going to play tough. They're going to play physical. Diggins throws the ball out of bounds on the baseline inbound. That's back-to-back possessions, essentially with a turnover for UMass.
It looked like Diggins was looking for Shahid Muhammad. Muhammad not really paying attention there until the very end. A little bit of confusion. Ball just trickles out of bounds. And another gift for Fordham, another opportunity to score and continue to pad these second half points.
42-35 UMass. Medor at half court. Off a Dean screen, shovels back to Dean left wing. Dean drives, bounce into the corner for Medor. Medor short corner. Into the paint for Timbila. Puts hard on the ground, lays it in with the left hand. Abdu Timbila sat most of the first half. Gets on the board early in the second half. Fade away from Diggins, and he answers.
Diggins, that was a great shot. Nice fade away off the left foot there. Abdu Timbila, welcome back to the ball game, though.
44-37, Timbila takes the right elbow, too, and it's no good. Riley nearly stole the ball after UMass corralled the rebound, but tips it out of bounds. And Coach Ergo irate with the shot selection from Abdu Timbila, a contested elbow, too.
That's their prerogative, though, Lou. I didn't think it was that bad of a shot. If it's not something that Abdu normally takes, understandable. He was open. Just hit it off back iron.
Offensive foul going against UMass. That's number one, Daniel Hankins Sanford. I'll tell you what, UMass allowing Fordham to hang around here, a 7-point deficit that really hasn't moved all that much. And that's because of turnovers on the UMass side. Medor once again running the point. Gets the Timbila screen. Medor straight on. Bounce into the paint for Timbila. Posts up, turnaround, hook, it's good! Pretty hook from Abdu Timbila.
Abdu Timbila making his presence known in the paint early on in this second half. A little bit of a refocus and a regathering in that halftime. Only playing 5 minutes in the first half after 2 personal fouls. Looking like a whole different ball player in the second half.
44-39, 16-35, second half. Diggins hits a deep right wing three. And that's going to extend the UMass lead to 8.
Rasul Diggins, excellent shot on the right wing for a three. He's got 5 points in his last 2 possessions.
Johnson drives, blocked by Hankins Sanford. Rivera in transition, lays it in. UMass a double-digit lead, 49-39. Just like that, UMass able to take control. Door left wing. Post feed Timbila. Righty hook, this time it's short. Ball is loose, picked up by Johnson. Johnson drives, can't lay it in. Timbila offensive rebound. A foul on the floor going against UMass. And it's Fordham ball after the media timeout. For a second, looked like Fordham carving their way back into this. Then the UMass run. And at the under 16, it's a 10-point lead for UMass, 49-39. You're listening to Fordham men's basketball on 90.7 FM WFUV.
Hey, it's Chaz McAdams here calling you to tune in to WFUV Sports One-on-One, New York's longest-running sports call-in show. With hot takes covering all sports from the 5 boroughs and beyond, to interviews with some of the biggest names in sports media. We're live Saturdays on the WFUV Sports YouTube from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then later on 90.7 FM from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. Come join us next Saturday for One-on-One.
Minutes into half number 2 from the Rose Hill Gym here on campus of Fordham University in the Bronx. And Fordham right now trailing the UMass Minutemen by 10 points A 5-0 run by UMass going into the media timeout. It's Fordham ball thanks to an offensive rebound from Abdu Timbila. Will, we saw spurts out of halftime that made you think the Rams putting some stuff together, but UMass, it seems at every point, has been able to respond so far.
Well, it's definitely been a Fordham-dominated second half so far, but UMass is hitting the shots that they need. It's not like they've had the ball a ton more than Fordham whatsoever. Fordham is creating a lot of havoc down low. They're getting the jump balls. They're creating fouls. They're getting the ball back in their possession, but Rasul Diggins, he's taking the shots that he needs to take, and he's hitting them. They're on a 5-0 run as a team in the last minute and 4 seconds, and that's all Rasul Diggins.
Rasul Diggins, 6 straight games in double-figure scoring. He is averaging 20.3 points per game in that span. He's averaging 22 points per game in A-10 play. Right now he's got 13 points on 5 of 8 shooting, 3 of 4 from beyond the arc, and he's helped UMass extend their lead here to 10 points early in the second half. Still anyone's ball game though, and especially the Rams with the home fans on their side. You can't rule anything out, but you do need to start seeing the momentum turn sooner rather than later.
Oh, absolutely, Lou. You need anything that you can get to start turning things around. You're going to have to play some really, really tight defense and then convert that into points if you are the Fordham Rams. It's a 10-point deficit now. Got to hit a big shot in this possession and turn it right back around and play really good on the opposite end.
Rivera right wing, drives, kick out Medor, fakes on the left wing, steps inside, kick out Dean, corner for Rivera, fakes, 4 on the shot clock, Rivera drives, can't lay it in, it misses the rim. That's a shot clock violation. Fordham had a decent possession, or a decent play drawn up there, but just couldn't find anything open.
Yeah, Josh Rivera doing everything that he could to get a shot to fall there. Nice little sidestep, dribbling in with the left hand, puts it up with the right. Nice little reverse. Couldn't find the rim. It was very difficult. UMass doing a great job of closing out and playing really solid perimeter defense.
15 and a half left to go in half number 2. Diggins for 3, grazes the rim. Pettis the rebound, outlet to Rivera. Rivera, Euro step. Can't lay it in, but a hard foul on the way up, and Josh Rivera going back to the line. Daniel Hankins Sanford called for his 4th foul of the game early in this second half.
Something to definitely look out for. I could imagine that Hankins Sanford is probably going to take his seat here pretty soon. Don't want to run that up whatsoever. Now he doesn't have any points on the board. He's only taken 1 shot as well. He does have 2 blocks to his name. Josh Rivera, this is the guy that you want at the line right now. 3 for 4. Best free throw shooter tonight for the Rams as he makes the first.
Off the heel and in. Hankins Sanford checks out, a 6'8" forward. Started the first 8 games for UMass. Missed 5 games in December with an injury. Has come back and has been one of their top guys off the bench. His size has been a factor protecting the rim today, but facing 4 fouls, have to think you won't see him for a while. Rivera's second is good, rattles in, 2 for 2 trip from Josh Rivera. Fordham will press. Rivera 5 of 6 from the line. 49-41. Whistles on the inbound, foul going against UMass. And referees talk it over. Fordham and Coach Ergo seemed pretty upset. Looked like Ryan Pettis was taken out on that play. Jalen Curry called for his 3rd foul. I think the refs are going to take a look at this and see if that's a flagrant. Obviously, this happened off ball.
Could have been a clear path foul, though. I know it did happen off ball. Pettis did look like he was seriously redirected. We'll see what the call is. They're definitely going to take a look at it right now. But as he said, if it does stand, though, Lou, Jalen Curry, now his 3rd personal foul. Now, if you're the Minutemen, you got 3 guys with 3 or more fouls to start the second half. We're only 5 minutes in.
UMass, no stranger to being in foul trouble. They lead the A-10 in fouls per game with 19 per game. They had 13 in the first half alone. And now they have 3 in the second half, so 16 for the course of the game, well on track to surpass their season average. And if this is a flagrant foul, That would obviously be a massive swing for the Fordham Rams, but either way, having 3 fouls on your starting point guard, Jalen Curry, who was named to the Atlantic 10 All-Rookie team last year, leads the team in assists, has been a force on both sides of the ball. That would be a key player to have to sit, and it does look like Marquis Worthy Jr. is checking into the game. We'll see if he's replacing Jalen Curry.
One of your top defenders as well, almost a steal and a half per game for Jalen Curry, not having one of his better showings, 1 of 7 from the field, 0 of 3 from deep today, and 2 rebounds. So could see another substitution to limit the foul trouble for the Minutemen, but through the Rams, that's exactly what you want for Fordham. You want to pressure the foul trouble. Just keep applying pressure. If this does end up being a flagrant, these are free throws that need to be hit.
Well, referee walked over to the TV broadcast crew and said something about 2 shots, so it looks like the Rams will get free throws. You'd have to think. An announcement on the court. A flagrant run against Jalen Curry. That's 2 free throws at the line for Ryan Pettis, and then Fordham ball. So the freshman to the line. No one around him, buries the first. One for 2 trip from Ryan Pettis, and now Fordham possession. It's 49-42, UMass ahead, 7-point lead. Sideline inbound in front of the Fordham bench for the Rams. Rivera bounces straight on for Medor. Medor stands at the half-court circle. 15:05 to go. Medor left wing. Dribble drive, shovels in the paint for Timbila, and Timbila travels. And Coach Urgo gonna give it to Jaffe Medor, not happy with the decision to pass there. Timbila absolutely shadowed in the paint. Fordham the press after the turnover and unable to take advantage of the flagrant foul against Jalen Curry. Jalen Curry currently on the bench. Foul, Jaffe Medor. That'll be Medor's third. So now Fordham's starting point guard in foul trouble as well.
Martin, head coach for UMass, not very happy at Marquis Worthy. They're shouting at him to get open in some capacity just now as they inbound the rock, but high intensity in the second half, Lou.
Here's Worthy, fades away, and it gets trapped in between the rim and the backboard. A wedgie. Ramad Dean will be so kind to dislodge it from the hoop. It's a missed shot. It's Fordham ball. Oh, that's excuse me. A wedgie is a jump ball. Possession arrow favoring UMass. That stays with the Minutemen.
There you go.
I'm not sure I ever knew that. The more you know.
How about it?
Diggins inbounds. Here's Rivera, cross to Worthy. Hands off for Diggins. Diggins, left elbow, steps through, takes the shot, and makes it, but it won't count. He traveled.
A blessing for the Rams there. A couple travel calls back-to-back now, but definitely take that. That shot did go in. Down by 7 now. Rams need to find an important bucket on this next possession.
That's 14 turnovers for UMass. They're usually pretty frugal with the ball. 4th in the A-10 in turnovers per game. Tripp checked in, swings it right for Pettis. Fordham trailing by 7 with 14:10 to go. Pettis drives, it's whistled dead. 3 seconds. 3-second violation going against the Rams. That's Abdou Timbila, his 3rd turnover. He'll check out. Matt Zona comes in. That's a bad mental error by Fordham's graduate student center.
Mental lapse, yes, but definitely did have a stronger showing in the second half. It looks like he will take a seat, but not necessarily put the warm-ups on.
Worthy Jr. in the corner. Doumbia blocked by Zona, gets it back. And UMass a second chance. Shot clock does not reset. Daniel Rivera up top. Corner for Worthy. Shoots from 3, it rolls out. Doumbia offensive rebound, can't put it back in. And now secured by Pettis. Pettis speeds ahead in transition. Euro step, hangs, won't hit. Daniel Rivera the rebound. Ahead to Diggins. Diggins free throw line, floater bounces out. Zona the rebound. I think a foul on the floor here going against the Rams. Jameer Tripp called for the foul. And Jackie Johnson gonna check back in and sub out Ryan Pettis.
Ryan Pettis there. Really nice hustle to grab that rebound.
Excuse me, it's Ramad Dean taking a seat.
But still, really nice hustle to grab that rebound. Just couldn't quite finish it, a little too strong on that glass.
Doumbia drives, jam, two-hand slam. Amadou Doumbia off the bench. It's 51-42 UMass. 13-10 to play. Zona up top, drives, takes contact, and one! Matt Zona makes the shot on the floor and going to the line.
Really needed that. That was quite the piercing dunk there from Doumbia. And Zona comes right back, gets the and one, needs this free throw to finish the play.
Well, Matt Zona had a lot of free throw issues in the first half, 2 for 6 from the line. But he's been ultra sharp this season. A chance to finish the three-point play. It's well short. The rebound, Doumbia. 51-44. UMass lead. 13 minutes left to play. Daniel Rivera, left wing, guarded by Josh Rivera. Out to Worthy Jr. Worthy drives, takes the short corner too, it's no good. Doumbia offensive rebound, it's stripped away by Josh Rivera. Fordham ball, trailing by 7. Tripp sends it up top for Johnson. Kicks corner for Rivera, steps inside, deep 2, it's short. Johnson gets the offensive rebound. And resets on the deep left wing. Wants motion from Pettis. 12 on the shot clock. Johnson drives, it's ISO, swatted down by Diggins. Stays here with the Rams, 5 on the shot clock. Rivera, contested 2, no good. Fordham nearly had another offensive rebound, but called for over the back. That's Matt Zona down low.
Now, once again though, Lou, great perimeter defense from UMass, not letting any penetration get through into that paint. As you see Jackie Johnson, the graduate student, trying to get the attention of Ryan Pettis to move. Didn't really know what Pettis was doing. He was at half court trying to make something happen on the perimeter, but UMass doing a great job of not getting anything there.
Worthy runs into Jameer Tripp. His feet weren't set. And that's a foul going against Jameer Tripp. Well, at the under 12, UMass is just one drawn foul away from working into the bonus. Still over half of the game, or half of the second half left to go, and a 7-point lead. UMass up by 7. We'll send it back to the Rose Hill Studios. Grace McCarron, one-on-one scoreboard update.
The one-on-one scoreboard.
Checking back in on the A10 women, St. Joseph's up 43-41 against Fordham. URI at BCU, final score there is 64-50 for URI. St. Bonaventure at Richmond, final score in Virginia is 98-60 for Richmond. Loyola Chicago versus George Mason, also in Virginia, your score there is 63-31 George Mason. A little more men's top 25, Kansas trailing Iowa State 51-45. In a Big Ten matchup, Penn State visits Michigan State. Your score there is 46-36 Michigan State. For the rest of your night in the top 25, West Virginia heads south to face Houston at 8. Score there is 36-23 Houston. Purdue will play Washington at 9:30, and your nightcap is Utah State at UNLV at 11. On the ice, the Sabres beat the Hurricanes 4-2. In the NBA, the Knicks lead the Sixers 78-69. And once again in Major League Baseball, the Yankees have acquired relief prospect Michael Arias from the Cubs for cash considerations. With your scoreboard updates, I'm Grace McCarron.
welcome you back into the Rose Hill Gym, and the shirtless herd has made its return. If you look over in the student section, we have 6 young men dressed head to toe in Fordham swim and dive gear. And boy, is it beautiful. You have the letters drawn in white paint on the chest. You have the swim cap. You have the little swim shorts. You have the goggles. And Fordham men's basketball can only hope that this is what boosts them to a second half comeback. The Rams trail by 7 with 11:59 to go. And Will, it still feels like they're all kind of sorts. Jackie Johnson has been blocked 3 times today. Fordham Rams have actually done pretty well on the offensive glass with 13 offensive rebounds, but the shot selection today has not been great.
And that last block, too, by Rasul Diggins was just an ugly one, too. Took full advantage of that shot. Jackie Johnson also trying to be the catalyst of the offense. That's what you are as the point guard. And some miscommunication, some erratic movement as well. And the UMass perimeter defense, I gotta tip my cap to them. They've been doing a great job. Fordham, however, though, to your point, Lou, yes, passing up on some open looks to find potentially simpler looks in theory, but sometimes these pump fakes and these double dribbles into the teeth of the defense are not going to be simpler.
This is going to be UMass ball out of break. Fordham in a full court press. Doumbia up top. Tripp pokes it away, but then called for the reach. That is the 4th foul going against Jameer Tripp. And Coach Ergo going to have to take out his sophomore forward, who is so strong in non-conference play. But Jameer Tripp, on both sides of the ball in A-10 play, has really struggled.
He really has, Lou. 2 points tonight, 4 rebounds.
He's just been quiet.
He has been very quiet. He's been a little bit active around the boards. I know the 4 doesn't really stand out or jump off the page at you, but he has brought down a few very important rebounds, but creeping into foul trouble, definitely someone you got to try to keep in this game. Abdul Sambil is still on the bench there. Could see his return and maybe a more increased workload now with Dean at 4 personal fouls.
It looks like they're going to take a look at that foul and review it. You look at Jameer Tripp, whose potential 4th foul in the game is currently being examined in non-conference play. And Tripp was hurt to start the season. So that's only 9 games for Jameer Tripp. 10.9 points per game. That was second on the team behind only Jackie Johnson. Since the start of A-10 play, he's only averaging 5 points per game. He's fallen behind Jaffe Medor in terms of scoring, and it feels like he hasn't had the same scoring lanes, the same opportunities that he had when really he dominated non-conference play and looked like he was taking a step into the dominant player many fans expected after a strong ending to his freshman season last year.
Yeah, absolutely, Lou. A big part of that team last season, a promising freshman season, as some of those other freshmen, they have decided to go elsewhere, but nevertheless, Jameer Tripp still an integral part of this team. Just a little bit of a slower start to the conference play.
Worthy Jr. sinks a free throw as Tripp's foul not only critical for him being his 4th, it also puts UMass in the bonus. Marquis Worthy, 1 for 6 from the field, but perfect from the line. And the shirtless Speedo men will get loud, and the free throw misses. Fordham ball, outlet to Medor. Medor drives, hangs, can't lay it in. Rebound Doumbia. Underneath the hoop. One member of the shirtless herd was being picked up by the others. Diggins drives and lays it in. It's a 10-point lead for UMass, 54-44 with 11:30 to play.
I didn't like that shot selection there from Jaffe Medor. I like the hustle, the outlet pass, and the rush. Set something up on offense, and they didn't do that. It leads to another Diggins bucket. 7 points in this half for Russell Diggins.
Dean left wing, up top Zona. Right elbow extended, hands off for Johnson. Johnson straight on. Bounces down low for Zona, who's fouled. And that will be the 5th foul going against UMass. Stays on the floor, 20 on the shot clock. Dean, the trigger man, underneath the basket. Lob to Mador. Across to Johnson the third. Corner for Rivera. Fakes the three. Drives. Fouled on the way. Josh Rivera going back to the line.
Looks like there'll be a substitution after this first shot here. It's going to be Shahid Muhammad coming back in for the Minutemen. But great job there by Josh Rivera. Once again, the guy that you want to have at the line. 5 of 6 tonight from the stripe. And, you know, kind of surprising Lou. Not usually the best at free throw shooting, but tonight he is the guy. And once again, this is an opportunity where the Rams really, really need to get points on the board as Rivera misses the first.
Doumbia will check out after his 3rd foul. That was 3 fouls for Amadou Doumbia in 4 minutes.
Wow.
Shahid Muhammad will come in to spell him. There, a chance to salvage this trip with the second. It rolls in off the front of the iron. 54-45, 10:58 to play. Diggins controls, drives, kicks, Worthy wide open for 3, bounces out, rebound, kept here by UMass, reset up top to Diggins. UMass, one of the best teams in the league when it comes to offensive rebounds. They get a critical one. Diggins, left wing, perfect! With a hand in his face, he hits. It's a 12-point UMass lead. That's a big shot. Johnson will bounce low post for Zona. Spins around, fades away, and draws the foul. Fordham watching their deficit go back up to double digits, and that's because Rasul Diggins has been so ice cold in the good way today. When you say he's got ice in his veins, that's Rasul Diggins. 18 points, 7 of 12 from the field, 4 of 6 from deep.
10 in this half alone, Lou. We're not even halfway through this second half. He's really got the hot hand for the Minutemen, increasing this lead sizably for UMass.
Cheers for Matt Zona as he hits the first free throw. A perfect trip for Matt Zona. Cuts the lead to 10, gets some cheers. 10:15 to go, 57-47 is the UMass lead. Diggins, top of the key, corner for Worthy, open for 3, bounces out. Johnson the rebound. His pass deflected, wanted Mador. It trickles out of bounds, but stays with the Rams. No 2 left in half number 2. Rivera will be the trigger man in front of our broadcast spot along the court. Mador at the half-court circle. Clock dips under 10 minutes. Mador off a Zona screen. Drives, hangs, can't lay it in. Zona offensive rebound, puts it back in. Matt Zona starting to turn things on in the second half. This is the other way for Worthy. Drives, and no good. Stuffed at the rim. 9:35 to go. Rams trail 57-49. Rivera spins, hangs, he's blocked, but going back to the line. Josh Rivera has earned his 5th trip to the free throw line. He's 6 of 8 today.
Shahid Muhammad as well. He's going to get called for the foul. He's also at 4. Josh Rivera, excellent job drawing fouls. Correction, he is at his 3rd personal foul. Still quite the tally, something to keep an eye on, especially with 9.5 to go.
But more importantly, that is the 7th or the 8th personal foul for UMass, so both teams in the bonus. With 9:30 to go, Rivera short on the first free throw.
Got to show a little bit of quick love to Matt Zona. Really nice move on the offensive end, and then transitioning on defense, gets a very crucial rebound. Boxing out very nicely, corralling the rebound and forcing what is now the offensive possession, resulting in a couple of free throws.
Rivera 1 for 2 from the line, 57-59.5 to go. Zona has had a nice job on the board, 7 rebounds, 2 of them on the offensive glass, and the last one resulting in a point at the line. Diggins battling with Johnson. Over on the right wing, step back 3. Diggins, it rolls in. What a shot from Rasul Diggins. He's playing out of his mind. It's back to a 10-point lead for UMass, 60-50. Zona, left wing for Johnson. Can he answer? He can! Jackie Johnson III from the left wing.
You gotta love it, Lou. Blow for blow there, dagger for dagger. Rasul Diggins, the nice tip in 3, and Jackie Johnson responds with a crisp swish, one of his own.
Johnson called for the foul on UMass's offensive end. That's going to result in 1-1 for the UMass Minutemen. How about that 3 from Jackie Johnson? He's had a tough day from the field, but that was a cold 3 after Rasul Diggins sank what could have been an early dagger into the hearts of the Fordham fans.
13 points in this half alone. At the stripe now, looking to make it more. But absolutely, it could have been an early dagger.
Has his hands over his knees, hunched over, and given what happened in the first half, bracing for some throw-up, he goes to the line with 21 points on the night and sinks the free throw. 8:45 left in the game. 61-53 UMass. Fordham trying to get their first win in A10 play this season. The shirtless herd stands up and waves their hands. Diggins bends and hits. 2 for 2 trip. And Diggins will check out. Jalen Curry comes in. And Diggins is going to rush all the way to the end of the bench, make sure he stays hydrated. Heads to the bench with 23 points. Mador up top, screen from Zona. Mador drives right, kicks corner for Dean. Bounces back out to Johnson. Off the dribble, left wing 3, it's an air ball. Offensive rebound, Zona. Corner 3 from Mador. That one's good! Mador rattles it in. 62-56, Fordham back within 6.
That's another great hustle rebound from Matt Zona there. Lou finds Jaffe Mador open in the corner. Big clutch 3.
Stolen by Josh Rivera on a bounce pass in the paint. Fordham the ball. Mador hesitates, short corner, underneath the basket. Kick out Zona for 3. No good. Mador keeps it here with an offensive rebound, and there's a foul on the floor. Going against number 2, Nate Garangamba. Momentum starting to swing for the Rams. Can't you feel it in the building, Will?
I love the hustle. I can feel it in the building, and I love the hustle. The hustle is contagious. The crowd loves it. Matt Zona grabs that rebound, and Jaffe Mador hits that 3. Then on the next possession, Jaffe Mador comes in and grabs a huge hustle rebound and gets pulled, drawing yet another foul. Things are going in the right direction, especially with UMass's top scorer off the floor. It's the time to close the gap as much as it can, 62-56.
Well, I'd say, considering how much fun the last few minutes have been, let's keep it here, and better yet, let's throw it to Mary Hannah Gallagher along the sidelines.
As we approach the final stretch here at Rose Hill, this game has been a battle of momentum. UMass made a gritty push to claw their way back into the game, but the Rams were ready, swatting away their efforts with a renewed focus on defensive rebounds. Fordham is banking on these stops to keep UMass at bay, and it's paying off. Offensively, the Rams are working on a delicate balance, being in and out of the play. They're looking for players to read the floor, knowing when to crash the paint and when to position themselves on the perimeter to stay open. You can see the strategy forming, but there's some visible frustration on the court. The Rams are struggling at times to find those open spaces and execute cleanly, and UMass's defense is making it tough to settle into a rhythm. One thing that stands out, Fordham's approach has shifted to waiting for UMass to make mistakes rather than taking the game to them. While this has worked to an extent, the Rams might need to pick up the pace to match UMass's energy if they want to seal the win. The intensity is rising here in the gym. Fordham has the tools to finish strong, but they'll need to stay aggressive and decisive in these last final minutes.
Mary, thank you. I think it's a point worth noting is that this UMass team, while they're tough, while they're frisky, they do make mistakes. We talked to head coach Keith Urgo about what they did against Dayton. He said, well, they played tough, they wore them down. He said Dayton also made mistakes. Dayton shot themselves in the foot. So even in the games that UMass has won, I think similar to Fordham, they're a flawed team. They haven't really played a perfect 40 minutes of basketball yet. Fordham going to take advantage of those mistakes by UMass.
Later on in this one, Lou, you're going to have to wear them down as UMass wore down Dayton. That's as simple as that. Dayton, 25% from three, out-rebounded by 12 in that contest. Definitely heavily contributing to UMass's slim victory over the Flyers. Fordham's going to have to do something similar now. With Diggins back on the court, you're going to have to tighten up even more so defensively. Maybe that did affect his hot hand, whatever he had going on. He was very hot as of late. 13 points already in this half, 23 on the day. That's the guy that you got to locate. That's the guy that you got to try and stop. But right now, the focus once again shifts to just putting points on the board. If you can put them on the board like they're given the opportunity right now, you got to do everything you can to do that.
Mador will go to the line. It's a 1-and-1. Fordham trails by 6, 7:59 to go. Live on the first, Mador hits. 5-point game. Worth noting, Mador at the line because of an offensive rebound by Matt Zona. Fordham has tied a season high with 16 offensive rebounds, still 8 minutes left to go. Second for Mador, perfect. 2-for-2 trip. 4-point game, 62-58.
The biggest thing to what you were saying just now, Lou, second chance points. Love the offensive rebounds. Got to convert that into second chance points whenever you get the opportunity.
15 second chance points for the Rams as we speak. Damjanic freshly checked in as UMass going deep into the bench. Bounce for Diggins, drives, blocked by Zona. Diggins gets his own miss, puts it back up, and misses again. And this time the rebound by Jackie Johnson. Johnson speeds ahead. Euro step, lays it in. 2-point game.
Almost looked like Johnson got fouled there at the end there, Lou, but he did not. Stays true, no call, still finishes the layup. Jackie Johnson putting up a second half of his own.
Diggins drives, he's blocked by Zona, but the putback by Damjanic on the offensive rebound. 64-60, 7:08 left to go. Well, Fordham has recaptured the energy of this crowd with a strong surge in the second half. Mador drives, no good, rebounds UMass. Ahead to Daniel Rivera, crosses half court, puts it between the legs, drives on Josh Rivera, short on the layup. Dean the rebound. Here's Mador, one-hand pass across to Johnson, fakes the three, drives, floater, nothing but net. Jackie Johnson heating up, and the Rams back within 2.
Last 2 minutes and 7 seconds, Lou. Fordham, a 9-2 run. Got to keep this intensity going. This place is getting loud.
Coach Urgo on the court, signaling to the crowd to get on their feet. How about this? We haven't seen Rose Hill like this in a while. It's a turnover, Fordham ball.
Kick ball right there. It trickles out of bounds off the foot of Daniel Rivera. Wow, Lou, I haven't felt this kind of energy in Rose Hill in quite some time. This is pure electricity.
Not only is the Rose thrill that we knew from 2 years ago back, the shirtless herd is back. There's people in the front row in Speedos, Will.
It's just incredible. I love it.
I love every second of it.
Every second of it. I couldn't
Give me more.
Oh, dude. I need it.
64-62. Fordham ball, 6:13 to play. Mador up top at the free throw line. Spinning around in the pivot foot. Resets to Dean. Dean hands off Rivera. Rivera drives. Hop step into the lane. He's fouled on the way. Josh Rivera will have a chance to tie the game at the free throw line.
Yeah, big call right there for the Rams. Exactly what you needed. Everything kind of going their way and exactly what they need. Like in the first half, nothing really going their way. And here we are. It comes full circle now. Rams, specifically Josh Rivera, another trip to the line. for free throws 11 and 12.
How many times have we said that about Josh Rivera? 7 of 10 from the line today. Came in a 41% shooter on the season. Misses the first. Fordham, if they come up short in this game, they can look back to free throws. Now 19 of 31, that's 12 missed free throws, 61%. Not saying it's going to come back to bite them, but if it does.
So almost double the trips that UMass has taken to the line, though, as well. Something to keep into consideration.
Fordham in the double bonus the rest of the way after the foul against Rivera. He buries the second. It's 64-63, 5:58 to play. Curry, left elbow. Tripped on the way, wild shot, blocking foul, going against Jaffe Medor, his fourth.
And Medor did have a blocking foul earlier on. That one, more so a blocking foul. This time around, I'm not too sure, Lou. I thought those feet were planted to the floor. I guess not, and now it'll be Jalen Curry going to the line.
Medor's going to stay out there. He's going to have to play it very safe. Rams need him for the final 5 minutes and 43 seconds. He can't afford to give another foul.
Looks like Jameer Tripp will check in at some point too, and there he goes.
Well, he swaps with Jaffe Medor. Jameer Tripp also has 4 fouls, but I guess safe to say you only want one guy out there with 4 fouls at a time. Curry to the line, and he's going to have to shoot into a sea of Fordham fans. Hits on the first. UMass now 1 foul away from being in the double bonus themselves. Curry hits the second. That is a tough 2-for-2 trip from Jalen Curry. The Rose Hill Gym, as loud as it's been all season long, shirtless men in his face.
In Speedos.
In Speedos nonetheless. And he's perfect on the 2 free throws.
Still just a 3-point game right now, Lou. Another big possession for the Rams, 5.5 to go.
Tripp 1 point, drives inside, fouled hard, and going to the line. Tripp's been quiet. He found a lane off of that screen and saw some daylight. The only reason that daylight went away is that Jaden Jinge came out of nowhere and sent him hard to the floor.
And UMass didn't like the call, thought they got more ball than they did arm. Tripp going to the line for his 3rd time today.
Jameer Tripp has been quiet in an A-10 play. Fordham could sure use these free throws. Makes the first. Perfect trip from Jameer Tripp. 66-65, 5.5 to play. Full court press in effect. Rivera face guarding Curry. Curry crosses half court. Top of the key, Diggins poked free, but staying here with UMass. Diggins still has it, drives, won't get the shot to fall. Tripp gets the rebound and then draws the foul. Jameer Tripp going to be shooting free throws, a chance to take the lead, and Jackie Johnson going to get the crowd amped up.
This is awesome, Lou. I'm loving every second of this. This is fantastic. Jameer Tripp is having an incredible 2 minutes of play down the stretch. He's going to have another opportunity to do some damage and hopefully take the lead for the Rams. Great hustle rebounding on the defensive side as the Gym, they start to quiet down.
First is good. Fordham has tied this game for the first time since the opening tip, 66-66. 5:10 to go, and Tripp has a chance to give the Rams their first lead of the game right here. It's good. Another perfect trip. Fordham leads 67-66, 5:09 to go. Curry, left to Daniel Rivera, back up top Diggins. Diggins drives, floater, no good. Rebound, fought for between Timbila and Rivera. Jump ball, Fordham possession.
Dean giving it right back to UMass. This is really, really good basketball. It's going to be Fordham's ball. But Abdou Simbila, after sitting for 15 minutes of the 20-minute first half, comes in this second half, sat for a little bit more, started out of the gate so strong, and it came back in down the stretch with some authority.
Final 5 minutes, Rams lead by 1. Tripp drives, loses it, falls on it, kicks it back to Rivera for 3. No good. Offensive rebound, Timbila. Fordham has another chance. Back up top, Rivera kicks. Tripp, right wing 3. He hits. Jameer Tripp once again. Hold on to the roof.
Have yourself a half Jameer Tripp. Oh my goodness. What a ball game, Lou Orlando. Jameer Tripp down the stretch. He's coming to life, and he's bringing Rose Hill to life.
It's a 7-0 run, 5 straight points for Jameer Tripp. Excuse me, that's 7 straight points for Jameer Tripp. And the Rams have a 4-point lead with 4:31 to go.
Fordham also on a 17-4 run in the last 4 minutes and 14 seconds. Lou Orlando, that's the kind of basketball that you want to see. That's what we were asking for and saying that's what needed to happen. Stay consistent, keep taking those shots, but taking the shots that are open, and things are starting to go their way.
Well, we got the media timeout a little early. 4:31 left to go. One last time, we're going to send it back to Grace McCarron with a one-on-one scoreboard update.
The one-on-one scoreboard.
Wrapping things up here with your final update of the night. Davidson loses 79-76 to LaSalle. Duquesne up against GW 73-65 in Pittsburgh with seconds left. Dayton falls to George Mason 67-59. The Richmond Spiders drop tonight's game to the St. Bonaventure Bonnies 63-49. For the Fordham women, they trail St. Joe's 69-58. In the NBA, the Knicks lead the Sixers in a close one, 96-91 with just a few minutes left. Once again, we've got Nets at Clippers out on the West Coast at 10:30 Eastern Time. And a quick NFL preview for the divisional round this weekend. We've got Texans at Chiefs, along with Commanders at Lions coming up on Saturday. On Sunday, the Rams visit the Eagles and the Ravens visit the Bills for a spot in the conference championships. With your scoreboard updates, I'm Grace McCarron.
Rose Hill has been electrified. It's a 7-0 run for the Fordham Rams, who now lead by 4 points. And Will, is it time to say that Rose Thrill is back?
Oh, they're most definitely back. We were just talking about it. This is the most electric the home crowd has been since the Duquesne
Congo
game.
lines during break.
The Congo lines, gotta love it. They're getting everybody involved. It's just such a beautiful sight to see. Beautiful things to hear, loud voices, high energy. Still a lot of ball game left in this one, but wow, how awesome is this?
Fordham hungry for their first A-10 win of the season. They've got a 4-point lead and 4:23 left to play. Up top, Hankins Sanford, hands off Curry. Curry, face guarded by Johnson, drives left. Blocked by Timbila! Straight down into the ground, it goes out of bounds. It'll stay here with UMass. That is a signature Abdou Timbila block that these home fans have seen time and time again. Abdou Timbila, the longest tenured Fordham Ram.
It just doesn't get better than this, Lou Orlando. It doesn't get better than this. Abdou Timbila have a second half, why don't you?
Diggins for three, once again! Rasul Diggins to make it a 1-point game. It's 70-69 with 4 minutes to go. Rasul Diggins, 26 points, he's unstoppable. Johnson, lefty floater, the answer. 3-point lead for the Rams. 72-69, 3:52 left. Curry left wing, up top Hankins Sanford. Gives to Diggins, fades away from two, buries it again! Diggins is hitting just about everything today.
That's 20 points in the second half alone for Diggins, but his counterpart, Jackie Johnson III, doing a great job of matching that energy.
28 points on the night for Rasul Diggins, 10 to 20 from the field. It's a 1-point game once more. Jackie Johnson, top of the key. Gets the screen from Timbila, has Diggins behind him. Johnson drives, throws it down low for Timbila. It's deflected out of bounds, last touch by UMass. 3:10 left in the second half. We'll take one final quick breather and get back to you for the conclusion of this game. This one coming down to the wire. Who could ask for more on the 100-year celebration of the Rose Hill Gym? Lou Orlando, Will Tallant, Mary Hannah Gallagher. It's Fordham basketball on WFUV Sports.
Hey sports fans, it's Bobby C. I'm the sports director here at WFUV. From live broadcasts of Fordham Athletics to coverage of all the professional sports teams in the NYC, we've got everything a sports fan could ask for. Like talking sports? Check out One on One, New York's longest-running sports call-in show, as well as our diverse collection of podcasts. If you're a Fordham student interested in joining our program, feel free to shoot me an email, bobbyc@wfuv.org. And as always, thank you to all of our listeners who support us every week. 90.7 FM is the home of WFUV Sports.
Orlando and Will Tallant, Fordham men's basketball on WFUV Sports. Coach Urgel has talked a lot about how important the fans and the crowd are to Fordham basketball. And he says, when Rose Hill is Rose Thrill, it's the toughest environment to play. He talks about how during timeouts, opposing teams can't hear themselves think. They can't hear themselves drawing up plays because of how loud the crowd is. I wouldn't want to be one of the players going over plays right now while this crowd's going bonkers.
They've turned the giveaway shirts into rally towels. Blue Orlando, it really doesn't get better than this.
Well, Will, you keep saying my full name. You're reminding me of Chaz McAdams. We talked to Chaz. He's part of a task force to get the fans back in the building and teach them how to be fans. Third member of our crew, Chaz McAdams, I think his message landed.
I think it did so, and he did it in a very effective way.
Baseline inbound for Fordham. Trip to Timbila. Back to the basket, near side. 4 on the shot clock. Timbila spins around. Can't hit, but he's fouled on the way. Abdu Timbila will shoot 2 at the line.
Looks like Zach Riley will come and check in as well. But Abdu Timbila, nice post work there. Worked with the shot clock and took a very respectable but yet safe shot as well. Ended up drawing the foul, and here we are, Abdu Timbila at the line.
Nails the first. Abdu Timbila, very solid at the line, a 79% shooter. That's awesome for a 6'9" big man. 73-71 to make it a 3-point game. Timbila short, rebound Hankins Sanford. Riley checks in, trip to the bench. Worthy Jr. drives, banks it in. Tie game, 73. 2:50 to go.
Tough move by Worthy. Got to give credit where credit is due. He's been struggling a little bit in this second half to get shots to fall even when open. Great left-handed layup there.
Johnson in front of the half-court line. 2:34 to go. Johnson drives, bakes it in, over 2 defenders. Jackie Johnson III has done it again, up to 19 points. Transferring over from UNLV, spent his freshman year at Duquesne in the A-10, knows a thing or two about what it takes to play in this conference. He's come back to it, and he has shined.
And just like his counterpart, Rasul Diggins, Jackie Johnson III, a quiet first half, 15 points alone in this second half. Truly the catalyst of this Fordham offense.
Worthy drives, foul off ball. And now both teams in the double bonus. This is going to be 2 free throws at the line. The foul's on Josh Rivera, his first, one of the few guys you feel comfortable fouling this late in the game. He hasn't been in any foul trouble yet. Referee sorting things out. This is going to put Curry at the line. Curry 3 of 4, perfect on his last trip. Crowd's not going to make it easy on him. Misses the first. It rolled out.
Rattles in and out. That'll fire up a crowd. Zach Riley will sub out. It'll be Jameer Tripp checking back in. And you got 2 guys with 4 personal fouls on the court now, Lou. You got to be selective.
He makes the second. 75-74. Rams lead by 1. There's 2:15 to go. 3 timeouts left for Fordham. 2 for UMass. And UMass will pressure on the baseline inbound. Into Tripp. Fordham's starting point guard, Jaffe Medora, sits on the bench with 4 fouls. Wonder when we'll see him next. Tripp off the Timbila screen. Picks up the dribble. Corner for Rivera. Even 2 minutes left to go. 12 on the shot clock. Rivera drives underneath the basket. Stuffed by the rim. And UMass secures. Daniel Rivera drives. Blocked by Timbila. They call the foul.
That's tough. That's a tough call there, Lou. I don't know. I don't know what they're specifically going to call it on. Maybe it was a little bit of a bump on the drive. I don't know if it was hands and arms. It looked like a clean block. It had to be a little bit of a bump with the waist going up.
Timbila's third. Medora set to check in. Next whistle. Daniel Rivera, 5 of 7 from the line today. He can give UMass a lead. The first, no good. It's short. Medora in. Dean comes out. Fordham will get a little bit smaller. Rivera misses both. Timbila pulls down the board, and the Rams still lead. 75-74, minute 40 to go. And Jaffe Medora, checked into the game, takes over point guard duties. Medora all alone at the half-court circle. Here comes a screen from Timbila. Jackie Johnson sent to the floor. It's going to be a foul against Daniel Hankins Sanford. That should be free throws for Jackie Johnson.
It should be. It definitely should be. Hankins Sanford.
Let me add to that. That is the 5th foul for Daniel Hankins Sanford as he ran through the Jackie Johnson screen. He is done for the day.
That's really good court awareness there by Jackie Johnson. Veteran move. You know that the guy has 4 fouls. Hankins Sanford out of this ball game. That's a lot of size. He didn't have a lot of the numbers today, but that's size off the court now for UMass. And Jackie Johnson, hot hand, still has it in this second half. He'll go over to the stripe to shoot 2.
Johnson has struggled from the line, shooting 68.4%, but he buries the first. 2-point Fordham lead. Minute 27 to go. Chance to make it 3. Here it comes. It's good. Perfect trip from Johnson. He's up over 20 points today. Rams lead 77-74. Minute 20 to go. And this crowd will rise once again. Daniel Rivera, far corner, drives, misses the layup. He's fouled as he rose up above the rim. Timbila rose to contest. Rivera as well, and it's Rivera calling for the foul, his second.
Another late call there, another late call at the rim. I initially thought it was on Timbila, and I'm glad it's not because it definitely wasn't on him. No contact there, but couldn't really see Rivera. A lot going on at the basket there, but Fordham, everyone with 2 or more fouls now.
Rivera makes the first after missing both of his free throws on his last trip. Jaffe Mador, Jameer Tripp come back in for the next offensive possession. Riley and Dean to the bench. Virgo will play a subs game. Abdou Timbila signaling to the fans to get riled up before this second free throw. Crowd right now booing the refs. 2-point lead for the Rams. Rivera's second is no good. And the rebound tipped into Tripp's hands. He's got it. Now swarmed by UMass. They poke the ball free. Tripp still has it. Fordham won a timeout. Ergo frantically calling for a timeout. But they say jump ball and UMass ball. I tell you what, there were a couple times that either could have been a foul or a timeout, and Fordham doesn't get it.
I'm confused, Lou. I'm really confused. Jackie Johnson III and Jameer Tripp looking in our general direction, throwing up timeout. I don't get it. That should have been a timeout 100%. Keith Ergo screaming. He's bolting over to the court to call timeout. But that ref is right in line with Jackie Johnson III. How does he not see the timeout call?
Minute 5 to go, and this is massive. If it's jump ball, it's UMass ball. They're down by 2 with a minute 5 to go. If it's timeout, then it's Fordham ball protecting a 2-point lead. They're going to say UMass ball. They uphold the call. Coach Ergo is irate. Will, I don't blame him.
That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. Jackie Johnson was right in front of him calling timeout. I don't get it, but oh well. It's UMass's ball. You have to regroup and
there's some words Coach Ergo is saying right now that we cannot repeat on air over Jesuit airwaves. But you understand his frustration. That is a potential game-changing call. There will be a timeout here. UMass will call a timeout. They've got 1 left. Minute 5 to go. And UMass, a chance to tie or take the lead. Either way, you have to think this ball is going right into the hands of Rasul Diggins. 28 points, 10 of 20 from the field, 6 of 8 from beyond the arc. As good as the Rams have been down the stretch of this second half, no one in isolation has been better in this game than Rasul Diggins.
And 18 points once again in this second half. As you said, Lou, 28 overall. It shouldn't go into anybody else's hands other than Rasul Diggins. That's the hot hand that you want with the ball in his hands to make something happen.
The Rose Hill Gym has seen a lot of classics in its 100 years of use. Will, there's a chance we're witnessing another one right now.
I would love that.
77-75, Fordham leads, final minute and 5 seconds. Fordham trying to get their first A-10 win of the season. Celebrating 100 years in the Rose Hill Gym, and this crowd is ready to celebrate themselves. Worthy Jr. gets the inbound, swings it right for Daniel Rivera. Rivera drives, down to the block, takes a bump from Riley, spins around, throws it up, blocked by Timbila. What's the call? There's a whistle. I don't think it's a foul. But it is.
It is a foul.
A foul on Zach Riley. His third.
It couldn't have been on Timbila. That was a clean block. You can notice, though, from our vantage point, Riley did leave his feet before that shot went up. And as he was coming down, then Rivera very smartly takes that shot, goes up, draws the foul, veteran move. That's what you got to do. Get to the line. It's an opportunity to tie the ball game.
Daniel Rivera has only made one of his last 4 free throws. He needs to make both to tie this game. He misses the first. Off left iron and out. You gotta account for the Rose throw factor, Will.
Oh, absolutely. Especially down the stretch like this, they're shooting. Rivera's shooting right in front of the herd right there.
He rattles in the second. 77-76. 53.5 seconds left. Full court press for UMass. It's inbounded to Jackie Johnson. Crosses half court. Johnson, free throw line. Ergo and Tripp screaming for a timeout. It took the refs 3 or 4 seconds to pick that one up. And harken back to the play just about 20 game seconds ago. Fordham will use a timeout. They've got 2 left, so no hurt in burning one now. And they'll draw up a specialty play here. You're the Rams, you get a 1-point lead. That's very freeing. You can get a 2-point shot and still not worry about losing the game on the next possession.
Could work as you've been working to draw yet another foul. Whistles seem to be blowing left and right here all night long. So any kind of reach, any kind of block whatsoever, do your best to not only create a good shot, but try to draw a foul. You're going to the line regardless, and you're getting 2 regardless. Try to increase that lead.
Jackie Johnson, a Fordham high 21 points. Behind him, it's Josh Rivera with 15, Jaffe Mador with 13. You have to think all 3 will be on the court for this next possession. Also, don't forget Jameer Tripp, who has 7 points in this half, starting to heat up.
He really is, Lou. He is having quite the second half, and just a few minutes ago it was all Jameer Tripp. Fordham was on a 7-0 run, and that was 7-0 Jameer Tripp. But to keep in mind though, 4 personal fouls. You need him out there because he's playing really well right now for you, but you got to be super cautious as to what you do substitutionally.
The 5 for the Rams: Tripp, Johnson, Mador, Rivera. It's Timbila at the 5. 43.7 seconds left. The sideline inbound in front of the Fordham bench. Tripp the trigger man. UMass covered it up well. Fordham's going to have to burn another timeout. That's an excellent job by UMass.
Really, really great distractions right up in the grill of Jameer Tripp. Nowhere to go, no outlet. Make them burn one more timeout. That's what you got to do. That's the only thing you can do in that play. UMass, perfect execution.
Only 1 timeout left for the Fordham Rams, so that is in some sense a critical timeout burn. It is 9:32 here in the Bronx. We're on 2.5 hours. We encourage you to stay a little longer as this one coming down to a very climactic finish. Same 5 on the floor for the Rams, same 5 on the floor for UMass. The 6'9" Akil Watson will pressure in front of Tripp. Nothing open again. Tripp lobs to Timbila in the corner. 18 on the shot clock. Timbila. Fordham will call timeout. They burn their last. So from 3 timeouts to none in the span of 7 game seconds. Fordham could really use a shot here. If they come up empty, UMass has a chance to win on the next possession.
You got to give
a bucket here.
You got to give a lot of credit to UMass though. That's excellent, excellent defense off the inbound, forcing Fordham to burn all of their remaining timeouts to go. That's the only thing you can do in that situation. Just like before, Fordham gets the ball in this time, but once again, Abdul Sabila jammed in the corner. Don't want to lose the possession because you still got to get a smart shot off. Great job from UMass Fordham. They got to find a way to get some shot off. Find the bucket.
It's still going to be a sideline inbound. This time, it'll still be Tripp the trigger man. There's now only 15 seconds left on the shot clock. 37.6 on the game clock. Fordham in a box. Tripp bounces to Jackie Johnson at half court. 10 on the shot clock. Johnson guarded by Diggins. 7 on the shot clock. 6 and 5. Johnson drives. Lefty floater. It's good. Rattles in. Fordham by 3. 24.8. The shot clock's off. Fordham has the cushion. They cannot lose on the next possession unless there's a foul.
Left-handed floater, Lou. That is Jackie Johnson's shot. He's been using it all game, but more specifically in this second half, he's making it look easy. Flawless with that left hand, dribbles in hard, looking for a screen, gets one finally, and does what needs to be done with it. Fordham up by 3.
Shades of Seton Hall. Diggins crosses half court. 15 to go. UMass has a timeout, not going to use it. Diggins off a screen, face guarded by Johnson. Worthy for 3. He hits. Tie game. 79-79. 7.2 to go. Fordham can hold for the last shot.
Josh Rivera pulled off of that shot there. No help defense. 3 ball to go.
5 seconds to go. Johnson crosses half court, speeds down, floater, no good. We're going to overtime. 40 minutes wasn't enough. We've got you for 5 more. The fans are back in Rose Hill, and they have been treated to free basketball. 79-79. Will, what can you say, man? This has been a crazy back and forth game. Fordham stormed back into it. UMass wouldn't go away. Johnson has a chance for the game winner. It's well contested, and this one will be decided in OT.
Well, that last shot down on the UMass end by Marquis Worthy, that says it all. Great pump fake, draws Josh Rivera off of him, but so much to the point where that corner 3 was wide open. Hitting a lot of threes pregame, only attempted 4 the whole game, and he missed all of them. Hits his first one now.
Will, I'm going to give you this stat.
Please.
Prior to that shot, on the season, Marquis Worthy, 3 of 23 from beyond the arc. He just hit the 3 to send this game to overtime. This game is madness, man.
Free basketball. We got 5 free minutes here. What a great way to spend a Wednesday.
This Rose Hill gym has seen a lot of classics. January 16th, 1925, the first collegiate game ever played here. Fordham beat BC 46-16. Rose Hill Gym was the site for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's final high school game. In 1965, the Beach Boys have played here, the Ramones have played here, Fat Joe has played here, and of course, the Fordham Rams play here, and they've got a chance to win their first A-10 game on home soil.
No better way to do it. How can you not be romantic about sports, Lou? It's impossible. It's nearly impossible.
It's not possible. I'm with you there. Lou Orlando and Will Tallant, Mary Hannah Gallagher. It's been a blast to bring you this one. Fordham started A-10 play 0-4. It's a disappointing start to the A-10 slate. They're squared up against UMass. Worst record in the A-10 by overall record at 6-11. But they've turned things around. They beat Dayton last week. Dayton, a team that was ranked in the top 25. UMass turning it on at the right time. Fordham looking to follow suit. Fordham in white, UMass in black will do the tip from half court. Fordham will move left to right. Tip. Won by UMass, but into the hands of Josh Rivera. Stolen back by UMass. Minutemen possession. Jalen Curry, deep right wing. Tied at 79. Corner for Watson. Intercepted by Timbila. Jackie Johnson leaves it back for Jameer Tripp. Jaffe Mador starts overtime on the bench. The 5, Johnson, Tripp, Timbila, Dean, and Rivera. Johnson off a screen, buries the 3, it rolls in. 82-79 Rams.
Buried it off the screen, slightly contested. What a shot from JJ the third.
That's 26 points for Jackie Johnson. Diggins drives before he can, it's a foul. And that is Jameer Tripp's 5th. He is done for the night. And that is a big loss for the final 4 minutes and 12 seconds of overtime as Fordham loses one of their most dynamic players.
Yeah, that's a big blow, Lou. That is a big blow for Fordham. Jameer Tripp, great ball game, great second half, but you knew that going in. He was in foul trouble going into this half alone. Great ball game, though. Brought them, it was a huge part of why they're in it right now.
The fouls carry over from the second half. Both teams in the double bonus for the remainder of this game. It's Diggins to the line. Who else? 28 points. A chance for 30. Makes the first. That's 29 points. Perfect trip from Diggins. He's got a 30-burger. 4:12 left in overtime. Watson checks out for UMass. Doumbia comes in. 82-81 Rams lead. 4:12 left in overtime. Mador checks in to replace Jameer Tripp. Mador in foul trouble as well with Thorne. Johnson had it nearly stolen away, fouled in the process by Worthy. And that's Worthy's second. More importantly, that's free throws for Jackie Johnson.
Really, really overly aggressive for Worthy there. I understand the defense, but Jackie Johnson doing an incredible job of getting UMass to commit to these fouls. He's really gotten Worthy on a handful of calls, specifically in this second half, and another opportunity at the line for Jackie Johnson.
Freshman year with Duquesne, Jackie Johnson put up 27 against UMass. He makes the first free throw. He's got 27 tonight. Johnson was a promising young star with Duquesne. Transferred to UNLV for 2 seasons. He's come back to the A-10. He leads the Fordham Rams in most offensive categories. And right now, he's got a team-high 27 points, looking to extend this lead to 3. He makes it. 84-81. Johnson's got 28. 4 minutes left in overtime. Jalen Curry bounces to Daniel Rivera. Right elbow extended. Spins. Pivots. Fade away. No good. It's an air ball. Watson tries to save it and does. Threw it off of Timbila. UMass gets another chance.
That was a great play. Abdu Simbila kind of took his eye off the ball a little bit, and there came Watson, who stuck with the play and just kind of slammed it on Simbila there, but nevertheless got the possession back. Really heads-up ball there.
3:45. And 13 on the shot clock. Rivera, left post. Hops into the paint. Throws it up. Gets the shot and the foul. He's going to the line for one more. A chance to tie. Daniel Rivera now has 20 points on the night. A transfer from Bryant. Grew up, played high school ball in the Bronx for our Xavier Lutheran, and he's been a beast for UMass. The type of player you want on any team. Rebounds well, hard-nosed player. A chance to tie the game here with 3:39 left.
Great ball game tonight, too. He's got 20 points and 8 rebounds, 3 assists and 2 steals. It'd make that 21 points now. We got a tie ball game, Lou.
Finishes the three-point play, all even at 84. 3:39 to go. This one has just been back and forth. Seemingly no end in sight. It's Johnson up top. Screen from Timbila. Splits 2 defenders. Johnson spins. Swatted. Has the ball swatted away. Johnson was hit hard and sent to the floor. No foul. It's going to stay here with the Rams. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Kind of surprised no foul given how this game's been called.
Shocked the very least it wasn't a reach-in foul.
Johnson open for 3. Off back rim. And an over-the-back foul going against the Rams. This is going to be UMass free throws. Tied at 84, 3:21 to go. Urgo saying you gotta look at that. Curious if the refs will. Not gonna repeat it, but you hear the chant from the crowd. The referees will inspect whether or not that's the case.
I really don't know, to tell you the truth, Lou. I really don't know. And if it does stand, it will be on Abdou Simbila, and that is not the man that you want another call on. You got to make sure that you keep Abdou Simbila in the game for as long as you possibly can, especially with Jameer Tripp.
Call on the floor. It's a foul on Abdou Simbila, his fourth. They're reviewing right now to see whether or not that will stand. And it will stand. Daniel Rivera to the line. So now that's Mador and Simbila with 4 fouls. Jameer Tripp is already fouled out as the bench tightening for the Rams. Daniel Rivera, 8 of 14 from the line. 2 biggest free throws of the night, at least so far, come right here. First is off. Rolled out. The second is good. 85-84, Minutemen retake the lead. Matt Zona checks in for this offensive possession. Plenty of time left in overtime. 3:21 still remaining. It's Mador with the ball, pressured by Curry. Across to Johnson. Fordham needs to cross half court. They will. Rivera left wing. Back up top to Johnson. Fordham operating slowly. 15 in the shot clock. Out to Johnson. Deep straight on 3. No good. Rivera gets the offensive rebound. Another chance for the Rams. Dean in the corner. Mador, left wing, drives, takes contact, throws it up wildly, and he'll go to the line. Jaffe Mador, 13 points tonight, and 2 free throws coming up.
Excellent hustle, offensive rebound there from Josh Rivera. Great job to find the outlet guy in Romad Dean. And then, of course, Jaffe Mador, where he needs to be, cuts in, does a little sweet little dribble move in and out, draws that foul. Him and Jackie Johnson doing a great job, combo guards, in drawing fouls, I should say.
4th personal on Doumbia. UMass, 29 fouls tonight. Mador ties it at 85. Zona out, Simbila back in. 29 fouls for UMass, 27 for Fordham. There's been plenty in this game. Second free throw from Mador. It rolls out, tied at 85. 2:45 left to go. Worthy controls at the point. Moves left into the hands of Curry. Dribbles right off a screen. Hands off for Diggins. 30 points today. Diggins takes the 3. It's good again. Diggins ties a career high, 33 points. UMass up by 3, 2:24 to go. Mador to the corner. Rivera, the answer. No, but he drew the foul. This is going to be 3 free throws coming up for Josh Rivera. He hits them all. He can tie the game.
Wow. 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 A foul there is poetic. That's what was supposed to happen. Huge 3 from Diggins and a 3 of his own by Rivera. Gets fouled at the line now. Another opportunity to tie this one up.
8 of 12 from the line today. Grazes the rim on the first. That one was not particularly close. Entered play shooting 43% from the line. He's been much better the last few games. He's been very good today. But this is a big moment. 2 left. He makes the second. Can cut the lead to 1 with 2:18. Still plenty of time. As Zach Riley checks in for the next defensive possession. bends the knees, puts it up, it's good, nothing but net. 88-87, Rams trail. 2:15 to go. Rivera's got 17 today. Worthy, deep right wing, finds Diggins. Diggins drives, blocked by Timbila. Rebound by Rivera. Fordham ball, trailing by 1. Even 2 minutes left to go. Johnson drives, lobs, misconnection with Timbila. Almost had the alley-oop. Timbila couldn't hold on. That really is a missed chance for the Rams. It was open.
A little too strong from Johnson. It was definitely open. Had to take a little bit more mustard off of that pass,
And
though.
at 40, Rivera, right elbow, spinning into the paint. Fouled on the way up. 2 free throws coming up. Tell you what, if Fordham ends up on the wrong side of this game, they're going to think about some of those moments. Some of the missed free throws in this game. They've missed 15. That missed alley-oop from Timbila. The early offensive struggles in the first half where they shot 25%. Rivera at the line. Rattles in the first. Took about 4 or 5 bounces off the rim and goes in. 2-point lead UMass, minute 37. This next free throw is a big one. Is it a 2-point lead or a 3-point lead? Free throw from Rivera. Rolls out. Loose ball. What's the call? Zona got tripped up. I think this is going to be a foul against UMass, number 3, Worthy. Fordham going to get free throws and a chance to tie the game.
Let's take a look. Is it Worthy? Was it Akil
Yes, it is.
Watson?
Marquis Worthy, his 4th. It's now 4 different Minutemen with 4 fouls. Matt Zona, excellent from the line this season. He struggled tonight. A chance to tie the game with a minute 36.
5th trip to the line, too, for Zona. 11-9 for the Notre Dame transfer.
Made the first. Rolled around the front rim and in. 89-88. Short on the second. Rivera the rebound. Fordham trails by 1. Minute 30 to go. Missed free throws becoming a part of the story of this game. Fordham shooting 67.3% from the line. Watson left wing. Dribbles straight on. Diggins double teamed. Zona grabs the ball. They call the foul. Fordham is going for the jump ball. The crowd can't believe it. Ergo can't believe it. That is, frankly, an unreal call. And it's going to send Diggins to the line.
I really can't.
I
can't believe it.
I'm not sure, Will. That's all ball. Coach Ergo laughing at the moment. Diggins crouched down, hunched over. Threw up earlier in this game. You wonder if he's been dealing with hydration. Officials are going to call a timeout to give him a breather before his free throws. That is a massive, massive call. Matt Zona went up, grabbed the ball. They both had hands on the ball, and they call the foul. Looks like Rasul Diggins cramping at the moment. He's sitting on the ground. On the court, I should say. I mean, Will, I know you're in disbelief as well. This has been a physical game. We expect that from these two teams known for their physical edge. I'm just not sure. There was a lot of contact there.
Didn't see any at all from my vantage point, Lou. Really didn't see any at all. Matt Zona went right for the ball in Diggins' hands, and immediately the whistles were flying. Lots of calls in this game, to be honest with you. 31 personal fouls for UMass, 29 for Fordham. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. That one really shouldn't have been called, though. In full honesty, Matt Zona did not touch Rasul Diggins whatsoever, but here we are, Fordham, still trailing by 1.
Diggins stands at the free throw line, hands on his knees. UMass leads by 1, hitting these free throws. It's not going to be easy. The crowd has made it very difficult in this second half, and at a certain point you have to feel for Rasul Diggins. He looks exhausted, and yet he's still delivered. At every turn for UMass, he's tied a career high with 33 points, shooting 11 of 22 from the field, 7 of 9 from deep. Doesn't matter if they're contested, he's hit them every time.
Every single shot there. He went on quite the run early and midway through the second half where he was just untouchable. And he's carried that through all the way into the free period here. And as you can see, for us, Lou, he's in some visible discomfort as he keeps slouching over every time that he does head to the line. It really might be some hydration problems, but nevertheless, 33 points on 11 of 22 shooting. What a night for Diggins Jr.
First free throw goes, took 3 bounces off the rim, and goes in. Rasul Diggins, a big game player. Committed to UConn as a freshman, played 9 games. Here's the second free throw, it's good. 3-point lead, minute 14 to go. 91-88. And now Fordham will look to answer. Mador off a screen from Zona on the right wing. Straight on Johnson, pulls the 3, it's no good. Batted back to Dean. Second chance for the Rams. Johnson again, open, left wing, no good. Rivera almost had the putback, he lost it. UMass ball up by 3, 48 seconds left. What's Fordham gonna do? No foul just yet. They're gonna go for a stop here. Shot clock still on their side. Diggins drives, hangs, hits! Rasul Diggins, 35 points, a 5-point game. Mador drives, fouled, going to the line for 2. Fordham gonna have to play a foul game here. Shot clock is off. 29 seconds left. They need to hit their free throws and then hope for misses on the other end.
And this is just great. Going tat for tat, Rasul Diggins and Jackie Johnson jawing at each other. That's just hard-nosed. Both of them trading shot for shot, having incredible second halves and overtime periods. Now he's getting a little chippy here.
Some UMass fans in the stands. We'll see if Fordham has an answer or a silencer. Mador at the line for 2, makes the first. Rasul Diggins, 37 points on the night. That's a new career high. His bucket may have been the dagger. Fordham for one last ditch effort. Mador perfect at the line. 3-point game with 29 seconds. They've trapped Diggins in the corner. His pass thrown wildly ahead to Worley. All alone, Watson down low, banked in. 20.9. Lead back up to 5. Johnson, deep 3. No good. Pettis, offensive rebound, staying here. Last touch UMass. Fordham needs a quick bucket, and in all likelihood, they're going to need a turnover of some sort. Possession arrow in their favor. If they can hit free throws and get a jump ball, that feels like the path.
There's still a lot that they can do to get in this one once again. They need to start with hitting a shot here.
Mador draws the foul. It won't be on the shot, but he draws the foul on Daniel Rivera. Daniel Rivera somehow went this entire game without fouling until just now. 2 more free throws for Mador. 11.4 to go.
Rivera's very lucky. Everyone, top to bottom, multiple guys with 4 fouls. Fordham, everyone's got 2 or more. It's pretty impressive, actually, though.
Mador needs to hit both. He's got the first. Whistle before the second. Mador hit it. The referee's going to put a stop to it, drawing off the ball. And Mador will have to do it again. 11.4 left. If Mador hits this one, there's plenty of time to either force a turnover or a jump ball. If all else fails, the foul. Second from Mador. rolls in, 3-point game. Pressure from Fordham. Jump ball, Fordham gets it back. Diggins sprinting, fouled by Johnson. 8.8 to go, Diggins to the line. Diggins has been perfect in every aspect. 37 points, 7 and 9 from deep. He's 6 of 6 from the line. Time not on the Rams' side, and a situation not either. Diggins hits either of these, it's a 2-possession game. Made the first. 96-92 UMass. Fordham going to use their final timeout. We're getting into that area of the game, Will, hope and a prayer. Diggins can extend this to a 5-point game.
Gonna need a big shot.
I guess just say, Fordham has their timeout, UMass calls theirs.
No matter what it is, you need a big shot regardless. You're gonna need a quick 3 and then some kind of turnover. That's the only way to really stay all the way in.
The 100-year celebration at Rose Hill. This crowd has delivered. The Fordham Rams, the team, in danger of falling short in what has been an absolute thriller to this point. Diggins' second is good. 5-point game, 97-92. 8.5, Pettis sprinting ahead. Dean, right wing 3, it's good! 2.6 to go, Fordham's back within 2. Don't go anywhere. Hold on just a second, Fordham has a timeout. They trail by 2, this one's not over.
Quick foul, whatever the free throws are, they are. And then there's one shot. There's one shot, and who's it gonna be? That was a great turnaround 3. Great court awareness as well from Ryan Pettis to get that ball to Romad Dean. Big shot from Dean as well. It's going to go all the way down to the very last second once again, Lou.
97-95 after the 3 from Ahmad Dean. His first bucket all day long. It's UMass ball underneath the basket. Possession arrow going the way of the Rams. And with 2.6, there is still a window here for Fordham to force a second overtime period. As unbelievable as that might be. Diggins is on the floor, guarded by Johnson on the left side. Daniel Rivera is the trigger man. Rivera gets it into Diggins, he's fouled. 1.1 left. Fordham doesn't have a timeout, and they're gonna need Diggins to miss a free throw. He hasn't missed all game long.
Ideally the first one.
Diggins with 39 points. He shattered his career high. Everyone in the building knows the situation. He missed the first.
Whoa.
Fordham will have a chance.
Whoa.
With 1.1. Now Fordham doesn't have a timeout. Do you miss purposefully if you're Diggins?
That's a tough question, Lou. That's a really tough question.
We'll find out in just a second. 97-95. Diggins makes the second. 98-95. Fordham will need to chunk up a 3. They don't have a timeout. What will they do? Dean, half-court heave. He got fouled. Dean got fouled. He's going to the line for 3. Oh my goodness. What just happened? There's no way that just happened. Ramon Dean fouled on the half-court heave. Don't go anywhere.
Needs them all.
Hold on a second. Up. Wow. I think they're going to review this. But my goodness, can you imagine the scene we'll have on our hands if they overturn this, Will?
Won't be pretty.
The foul called on Daniel Rivera, who didn't have a foul until a minute left in overtime. Fouls Dean on the half-court heave. And Fordham has a chance to tie this game. That's unreal.
I've never seen anything like it. I guess it would have just been better if he had missed that second one. But who knows?
I think so. Diggins makes the second, and I mean, that is, without a timeout, that is an interesting decision.
Yeah.
Obviously, you run the risk of losing on a full-court heave, but you make it, you give Fordham a chance to at least run off to the baseline. They do. Dean's heave wasn't going to come anywhere close to the basket, but he got fouled. The referees are looking at this one. I don't see a way that this gets overturned. The way this game has gone.
It just can't.
Right?
It can't. Not on the 100th anniversary of Rose Hill.
Right? It's so
There's
special.
no way. It can't happen, Lou Orlando.
It absolutely cannot, Will Tallant.
Need the 3 free throws to decide it.
That brings up another question. We have not gotten confirmation on the foul, but Fordham shooting 69.8% from the line. Ramon Dean, a 64% shooter from the line. 3 free throws are not a guarantee. And the biggest ones of the night likely coming up right here. Referee's taking a long look at this one.
If this is upheld, 64th personal foul of this game.
Some people have left the building. It is not as packed as it once was. There's still a heavy student contingent. The foul has been upheld. Ramon Dean to the line. He makes them all, and we have second overtime. They've put .4 back on the clock. Well, it doesn't get any better than this. Dean's first is good. He needs 2 more to send this absolute thriller into double overtime. The second is good. The Rams need 1 more. The student section, hands up, wiggling the fingers. Third from Dean, it's good. Tie game, 98-98. Madness, absolute madness, Will.
Bedlam. Absolute bedlam and madness and craziness. Everything you can think of, we're all tied up on the 100th anniversary.
There's .4 left in overtime number 1. Let's watch for anything crazy. Jingjae, length of the court, intercepted. We've got double overtime. Don't even think about going anywhere. Why would you? This one could go all night, Will.
I hope it does. What a night on Rose Hill to commemorate the historic grounds.
You know what? I see the vision. On January 16th, 1925, the first intercollegiate game played at the Rose Hill Gym. This is the closest they could get to the exact anniversary. It's January 15th, 2025. They want this one to go 2 more hours till we get to the 16th and make it a true anniversary. I'm gonna have 10 overtimes in store.
True Bronx fashion. Wait till the clock strikes midnight. I love it.
I mean, Will, I'm just gonna talk candidly here. Have you ever seen a game like this?
No, not at all. Not one bit. I couldn't recall the last time they went to a double overtime.
I'll really throw it back. Do you remember the GW game last year?
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken,
yes.
triple overtime down in D.C. About time Rose Hill Gym had an OT thriller of its own. Will Tallant filling in for Nick Guzman, who is under the weather, and myself, Lou Orlando. Well, we have been treated to just something absolutely spectacular. 1 overtime wasn't enough It looked like it was gonna be. Fans left the building in the student section. They said, we're done. 8 seconds left, down by 5. I'm out of here. Are you crazy?
Shirtless Herd is still here, though.
Shirtless Herd still here, because they know. Rose Thrill, crazy stuff happens, and crazy stuff did happen. A 3 by Ramon Dean with 2.6 seconds left. Diggins goes 1 of 2 from the line. First time he's missed the line all day long. And then Dean gets fouled on the half-court heave. Hits all 3. That's how you get double overtime, folks.
It's poetic. It really is. There was no other way that Ramon Dean shot wasn't going to end in a foul or something insane, just like he did. And he comes to the line, and he hits all 3 flawlessly. And here we are, a second overtime. More free basketball.
More free basketball. Yesterday, Coach Urgo in practice said, we are the bully. We're going to bully them. UMass typically does a lot of the bullying on the physical end. Fordham's done some bullying today. Their student section has definitely done some bullying today. And we'll see if that results in a win in double overtime. Fordham still going left to right, UMass right to left. Fordham in white, UMass in black. And we've got at least 5 more minutes, and who's to say if that's going to be all. The 5 for Fordham: Timbila, Medor, Dean, Johnson, and Rivera, 1 by UMass. It's Diggins, 40 points. One of the most electric performances we've seen at the Rose Hill Gym by any player. And he's not done yet. Rivera up top. Left elbow. Posting up Johnson, the righty hook. Rattles in. UMass, 100 points on the day. 198 they lead.
Daniel Rivera staying very consistent in the post game. 25 points now on the night. He's just been very shifty and crafty, using both hands to get floaters to fall.
Medor back to Johnson. Opening 45 seconds. Deep right wing 3. It's short. Timbila. Offensive rebound. Righty hook is blocked. The ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by UMass. Third chance coming up for the Rams. 16 on the shot clock.
Fordham caught a break there. Fordham caught a break. Abdou Timbila does not come down with the ball. It's still loose, but it's still knocked away nevertheless by UMass. Fordham, new life with 16 on the shot clock.
Baseline inbound. Timbila, far corner. Medor is fouled. Both teams still on the bonus. Medor will go to the line. Jaffe Medor, money from the line in overtime. 9 of 10 on the night. He's got 18 points. Continuing a trend of excellent games by Jaffe Medor.
Jaffe Medor, 18 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals. Heads to the line. He's 9 of 10 from the stripe on his 6th journey to the stripe.
He makes the first. 100-99. That's the score in double overtime. Second free throw. Coming from Medor. Perfect. Tied at 100. Inbounded to Curry. 4 minutes left in double overtime. Student section a little sparser than it was in the second half, but still decent attendance. Watson open for 3, no good. Offensive rebound, Curry. Top of the key. Handoff Diggins. 40 points tonight. What's he gonna do now? Guarded by Rivera. Diggins drives and draws the foul. That's Josh Rivera. And that's Rivera's 4th.
It's hard to just note, Lou. Everyone's in foul trouble. That's all I can say. Everyone is in foul trouble. Nobody really has any fouls to give. Zach Riley, Ramad Dean, Matt Zona, only ones on the team that have fouls to give. Ryan Pettis as well.
Diggins at the line. To add to what already has been a storybook night, he misses the first free throw. My goodness. Diggins was perfect at the line until there were 2 seconds left in overtime. Then he missed. Second free throw is good. 101 to 100. 3:30 to play. Minutemen lead by 1. Mador, trip from behind. Kick ball. Or are they calling it a tripping foul?
I think they're calling it a tripping foul.
Tripping foul. And Mador sent back to the line. Hands on his knees as he's a little slow to get up. Looks like a little bit of a limp maybe on that left knee. But he'll step up to the free throw line. .327 left. Mador, a chance to give the Rams a lead. First is good. Mador has been so reliable at the line, stepping up time and time again in big spots. He's came through just about every single time.
12 of 13 tonight. Efficient.
Tied at 101. The second. Good. Ice in his veins. 22 points in the night. Fordham leads 102-101. 3:27 left. Second overtime. Both teams are given another timeout. They've each got one for the 5 minutes. Worthy across half court. He drives. Fouled by Dean. It's on the floor. Doesn't matter. Both teams in the double bonus. Everything's 2 free throws rest of the way. It's the fourth on Dean. Add him to the growing list of players in foul trouble for both sides.
Keith Ergo really getting selective with his substitutions now.
For UMass, Jalen Curry and Jaden Jingjae ejected alongside Hank and Sanford. Worthy misses the first free throw. .316 left. Good on the second, tied at 102. We've had 104 free throws attempted in this game. Jackie Johnson bobbled the pass from Mador. It's a backcourt violation as he went to retrieve it.
That's tough.
UMass ball tied 102 with 3:05 to go.
That's really, really tough.
Bad mistake.
Really bad turnover. Bad turnover, not what you want. You're trying to play your crispest form of basketball right now.
An unforced turnover at that. Worthy gets the ball. He's guarded by Riley. Dean switches on. Worthy drives. Makes the shot and one. Who's the foul? It's Ramad Dean. He's fouled out. If you watch Ramad Dean, he tried to fade away and not make contact. Still got called for the foul. Worthy hits the shot. A chance for one more at the line. Now time, 2:56 left in double overtime. That's a big bucket.
Bench is thinning too for Fordham.
3 men ejected for UMass, 2 for Fordham. Worthy 4 of 6 from the line. It's no good. Riley the rebound. It stays a 2-point game. That's a nice break for the Rams. Plenty of time left. 2:45 to go. Mador drives left. Kicks back out to Johnson. Johnson drives, spins, chucks up a shot. He hit it. Oh my goodness, he hit it. And he drew the foul. He wasn't even looking at the rim, Will.
Unbelievable.
That's an unreal shot by Jackie Johnson. It's a season-high 30 points, and he's going to the line.
Incredible focus, incredible concentration. Just feeling for the rim, floats it up. It's been his shot all game long. Little floater with the left hand. This one from a little bit further out, still gets it to go. And once again, back at the stripe.
Jackie Johnson Jr., you can make a case. He's the best pound-for-pound scorer this university has seen in quite some time. 30 points tonight. That's a season high. It ties a career high. It was an unreal shot. And he goes to the line for one more. He hits. Fordham ahead 105-104. 2:36 to go. Full court press from Fordham. Diggins, left wing, spins, foul, and that's saying off ball on Ryan Pettis. Pettis has fouls to give, but that will send UMass to the line. Well, it feels like every possession we get a foul.
Something.
You can't go a possession without one.
A whistle just about every single time. I saw Pettis in the corner. I didn't see him do anything, though.
He wasn't too thrilled with the call.
That's one of your guys that can afford a foul, but you don't really want that to be the case.
Watson makes the first. He's a 50% shooter. Rams would love 50% here. Game tied at 105. Watson hits both. 106-105, 2:23 to go. It's overtime number 2, by the way, if you're just tuning in. Been a long one. Rivera, near corner. Drives, hop step, kick, Mador, corner three, no good. Watson the rebound. UMass ball, 2:05 to play. Rivera wincing as he gets back on defense. Grasping around his left knee. He's guarding Diggins. That's not an easy task. Fordham in a 3-2 zone. Bounce pass, kicked on the way by Josh Rivera. I say kicked, it was thrown off of his foot by Diggins. Josh Rivera clearly in some pain right now, staying out there. He's going through it.
He's almost has to power through it at this point.
Minute 45, Diggins, lob down low for Muhammad. He missed the dunk. Fordham gets the rebound. Muhammad was wide open down low, and he missed. Johnson half court, Rams trail by 1. Final 90 seconds of overtime 2. Johnson drives, can't lay it in off glass, it rolled out. Good look there. Diggins slows it down. Rams have had a couple chances. They trail by 1. Seconds ticking down. Minute 5 left to go. .60 seconds left. Diggins kicks. Watson, 5 on the shot clock. Rivera drives. It bounces out. Rebound. Fought for. It's loose. Put back by Muhammad. No good. Free throws coming up. He was fouling the way.
A lot of chaos
There's
down
a
there.
scrum. Bodies hit the floor. That foul is going against Fordham. Shaheed Muhammad's going to the line. A 72% shooter. Fouls on Zona. That's his 4th. Makes the first. 107-105. 47.9 to go. To make it a 3-point game. No good. Riley the rebounds. Shot clock on. 45 seconds left. Rams trail 107-105. Medor, corner, Riley, open for three. He got it! Oh, you bet! Zach Riley! Fordham leads, 108-107. Final 30 seconds. Diggins has the ball. Shot clock is on, but the difference is negligible. Right wing takes the three. It's no good. Rebound, fought for, foul, going against Fordham. UMass free throws coming up.
Zach Riley, wide open in the corner, does exactly what he needs to do. Perfect execution. Now on the other side of things, the defense, once again, another foul called. It looks like there's going to be some kind of consultation.
That's Zona's fifth foul. He's done for the night. 11.5 seconds left. It's Akeel Watson. 50% shooter on the season. 2 for 2 tonight. He makes one, he ties the game. He makes both. He gives UMass the lead. First from Watson, off the heel and out, no good. Well, this next one is pivotal. He makes it tied. He misses. UMass has to foul and send Fordham to the line. And the student section is going to give it to him. It rolls in. What a roll. 108-108. Final 10 seconds Fordham can hold for the final shot in double overtime. Jackie Johnson has the ball. From deep. No good. Will, say it with me. We've got triple overtime.
Overtime. We're here. Let's do it. Why not?
Not one, not two, 3 overtime periods. Will, I'm losing my mind.
It's a lot. No, it's definitely a lot, Lou. But here we are, 15 free minutes of basketball. What a great Wednesday.
If I could give, I don't know if this is peace of mind or if this is just a random connection. There's a difference between correlation and causation. Last time Fordham was in triple overtime, they won. I don't know if that does anything for you. I might tweet that right now.
It was on the road.
Let's get silly. It's triple overtime.
It was on the road, so that could play a little bit of a factor into it, but it is the 100th anniversary of the Rose Hill Gymnasium. I'm loving the theory that they want to push this till midnight.
It's 10:27.
They want it to be the witching hour.
We tipped off at 7:02 p.m. I want to issue a statement of thanks. Sure. To our studio crew that has been there. Call time was 5 p.m. Lydia Perner, Madi Dembele, Grace McCarron. You haven't heard from them in a while. That's because we've kept it here for the entirety of this second half and through now 3 overtime periods. They're keeping us on the airwaves over in the Rose Hill Studios, back in the basement of Keating, over here in the historic Rose Hill Gym. Everyone's just about set to lose their minds. No one knows when this game's going to end. It's tied at 108. Just when you think one team has the upper hand, something insane happens. UMass has 4 different players fouled out. That would be Jalen Curry, Jaden Jingay, Daniel Hankins Sanford, and Marquis Worthy. For Fordham, Ramad Dean, Matt Zona, and Jameer Tripp fouled out. Medor, Jackie Johnson, Abdu Timbila, and Josh Rivera all have 4 fouls.
The crowd is still very, very much present, Lou. I love to see it.
It's a little more sparse than it was around 9 p.m.
Sure.
Time has passed. It's the 3rd tip-off of overtime. This time won by Fordham. UMass won the first 2. Medor lays it in. 110-108. Opening 10 seconds. 24 points for Jaffe Medor.
Jaffe Medor razzling and dazzling throughout the lane once again. doing his specialty.
Rivera, right elbow, spins, blocked, but fouled by Josh Rivera. Josh Rivera has fouled out of the game. That is the 4th player fouled out for the Fordham Rams. Both teams now have 2 timeouts. Neither used one in double overtime. The bench is shrinking. It's Medor, Riley, Johnson, Timbila, and Ryan Pettis. Jaden Smith, not only is he hurt, he's not with the team. The next man up is either Alexander Pahutsky or Max Miller, the walk-on.
Brian Nussbaum,
also a candidate as well. Perhaps Jamison O'Toole.
Jamison O'Toole. A lot of different angles they can go, and it looks like Brian Nussbaum has moved. Nope. My apologies. He has not moved from his position on the bench.
Well, Fordham hoping
someone's moved, though,
that they won't have to get to that spot. Pahutsky, now the 2nd spot on the bench, sitting to the right of Josh Rivera, and he's sitting next to assistant coaches Ronald Ramon and Henry Lowe. Josh Rivera fouled out, had a great game, 17 points, 10 of 15 from the line. He hit big free throws today. Rams would not be where they are right now without his efforts.
Very tenacious all the way around for Josh Rivera. Some very clutch rebounds, forced a lot of fouls, and hit some really big shots when need be. Like you said, Lou, just a great game from the veteran Josh Rivera.
UMass going into their bench as well. Tariq Foster checked in. And he misses the first. Tariq Foster, the one shooting free throws. He was the one fouled on the shot. That's how deep UMass is to their own bench.
Bronx native, 4 years at Cardinal Hayes High School.
He missed both. The local kid, 0 for 2. Fordham still up, 110-108. 4:23 to play. Johnson gets the handoff. Right wing 3. It's pure. Nothing but net. 5-point lead for the Rams. 113-108. Fordham hunting their first A-10 win of the year. And Jackie Johnson certainly hoping to get them there. Career high 34 points. Diggins, top of the key, swings it left for Foster. Diggins gets it back, 8 on the shot clock. Left wing 3, can't answer. Offensive rebound, back out to Diggins. The deep left wing 3, nothing but net. 44 points for Rasul Diggins.
Great rebound there from Tariq Foster. Comes into the game. That's all they're asking for. Clutch rebounds, and he does his job.
113-111. Johnson drives. He's fouled on the way. Just overheard Mike Watts. This is the highest scoring game in the 100-year history of the Rose Hill Gym. What better time than on the eve of the 100-year anniversary of the Rose Hill Gym, when we celebrate its history and its legacy. Fordham leading by 2. Johnson going to the line. Hits the first free throw. Jackie Johnson shattering his career high. 35 points now. He has put on an offensive display. Perfect trip from the line. 115-111. 3.5 to go. Rams lead by 2 possessions. Diggins over the head pass to Foster. Diggins gets it back. He's got 44. Bounce pass, free throw line, Rivera. Posted up. Steps through. His shot rolls off. Foul on the floor. Who's it going to be? Good chance someone on the Rams is getting ejected. think they pointed to Jackie Johnson. Jackie Johnson fouled out of the game.
That's unfortunate.
With 3:11 left, Fordham loses their leading scorer, who has a career-high 36 points. And who's going to check in for the Rams? They got to go deep on this bench. It's Jamison O'Toole, widely considered the best of the walk-ons that the Rams have. This is big-time minutes for a walk-on here in an A-10 battle.
You got to do what you got to do. You got to rise to the occasion. Jackie Johnson goes down. Jamison O'Toole steps up and steps in. You got to do what you got to do. There's a ball game to win, up by 4.
Garen Gamba at the line makes the first. 1:15, 1:12. There's still 3 minutes and 11 seconds left to go. There's still 5 more players that can foul out. Garen Gamba makes both. $1:15, $1:13. Rivera. Riley to Tim Bila. Jamison O'Toole swings right for Medor. Medor, hop step, spins around. Contested 2. Tim Bila goes up and puts it in. 1:17, 1:13. 2:45 left. Pass deflected. Foster gets it. He trucks Jamison O'Toole. And they call the blocking foul on Jamison O'Toole. Will, that time it looked like the feet were set. I'm not sure I agree with the call.
It's close. It definitely was close. I love the hustle out of Jamison O'Toole, though. Comes right into this game, knows exactly what needs to be done. He unfortunately takes a foul for it, kind of like everyone. But great idea. Try to get the ball back in Fordham's favor. Just didn't work out.
It's Foster back to the line. He's 1 for 3 on the night. Misses. After making the first. 1:17, 1:14. Ball trickles out of bounds. And it stays with UMass. That's a big turn. UMass can tie. 2:34 left. Diggins, corner 3. Rolls out. Medor the rebound. 9 players combined have found out of this game. That is an NCAA record. You are watching or listening to history, depending on how you're consuming this game right now. Medor controls. He'll slow things down with 2:10 to go. Fordham leads by 3. Medor hesitates, takes contact. That's a foul. And that's Diggins. Diggins is third. Medor going back to the line for 2. Jaffe Medor misses the first free throw. It feels like an eternity. Still a chance to make this a 2-score game with the next shot. His second is good. 25 for Medor. 1:18, 1:14 Rams lead. 2 minutes left. Diggins takes it up. Diggins is double teamed for good reason. He's got 44. To Watson, back to Diggins. Pumps, drives, hop step, floater. Bounces out. Rebound. Won back by UMass. Fordham had it for a second. They lost it. Diggins drives, floater. Nothing but net. 1:18, 1:16. Minute 20 to go. 2-point game. Rams need buckets. Screen high from Tim Bila. Medor drives right. Up to Riley. Post feed for Timbila. He's triple teamed. And called for the travel. Too many steps. 60 seconds left in triple overtime. UMass is getting the ball back.
Not what you want. Another really bad turnover. It's kind of like the Jackie Johnson turnover a couple
Feels like an
overtimes
eternity ago.
It does feel like an eternity ago.
Fordham's offensive options slim with Johnson ejected. Rivera throws the elbow, posting up, and floats it in. Even at 118. 46 seconds left. Either side refusing to relent. Mador using one of Fordham's 2 timeouts. 40.7 left. Obviously, we'll keep it here. Rams at one point had a 5-point lead. Jackie Johnson fouled out. That's taken a hit on Fordham's ability to generate offense. Mador was able to get to the line. That's helped them a bit. Tied at 118 right now. You don't want to give UMass the ball back with the game still tied.
Rasul Diggins, you got to keep the ball out of his hand any way that you can. 46 points on 14 of 29 shooting. 6 rebounds and 3 assists. 46 points. Wow. Unbelievable. The Rams really need a basket here right now, though. Any way that they can slice him. Maybe drain a little bit of the clock out. Draw another foul. You can always do that as well. Wow.
The 5 for the Rams. Zach Riley, Abdou Timbila, Jaffe Mador, Ryan Pettis, and the walk-on Jamison O'Toole. It's an unreal scene here at the historic Rose Hill Gym. Celebrating 100 years, and if Fordham can pull away this win, you can sure bet there's going to be some celebrating. But they need a bucket to ensure that they do. Riley threw it into the backcourt. There's a loose ball scrum. It's UMass ball. Mental error. Mador couldn't touch the ball without being a backcourt violation. It's UMass ball, 34 seconds left. They haven't reset the shot clock. I'm very curious as to what's happening.
It was just another mental lapse there from the Rams. These little things, you got to keep them together if you want to win games like this one. Ryan Pettis, though, shot onto him. Great hustle trying to get that loose ball after Jaffe Mador couldn't touch it. UMass comes in, swoops on it, knocks around, gets batted all the way around, and Ryan Pettis
nearly
comes
had it.
flying in.
It's UMass ball. The shot clock could reset, or it should. But it hasn't yet. Keep you updated there. 34.3 seconds left. UMass calls timeout. And they have the ball. Baseline inbound. There's only 20 on the shot clock. Foster inbounds to Rivera. He misses inside. Gets his own miss, puts it back up, misses again. Rebound back with UMass, a third chance. 6 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. It's Diggins at the half-court circle. Free throw line to Rivera. Rolls in. UMass leads with 10.4. And UMass will call timeout before Fordham can. Well, here's the situation. 10 seconds left. Fordham trails by 2. One last offensive possession. Do you try and force a fourth overtime, or do you go for the win?
I think you go with the easiest shot that you can take to either tie or go ahead. If it's open, you go for the win. If it's not, you don't do that. I know it's getting late and you're running out of guys. You still really need to win this game if you're the Rams. You got to find whatever you have in you to win this game. I know we're in the fourth overtime. The third overtime, I'm losing it, man. It's getting late. We're in the third overtime. But you still got to win this ball game, and get a W in that win column in A10 play.
This has become one of those games, whoever loses, this is going to be a heartbreaker that you can't even put into words. Fordham still has a timeout with 10.4. It's a baseline inbound from the forecourt. We'll see if they use the timeout at all. Inbound to Medor. Dribbles across, no timeout yet. 6 seconds left. Medor drives, fades away. It's short. Ball's loose. Time runs out. UMass holds on. And a heartbreaker in Rose Hill. Rams come up just short. And that one is going to sting for ages.
Well, it really stems back to that inbound play with Riley and Medor, Lou. A little bit of miscommunication. And that seals it. The backcourt violation and then the out-of-bounds call. It goes UMass's way. And a couple offensive rebounds. The Rams could not corral it. That right there was the ball game in this triple overtime. 2 offensive rebounds on that game-tying basket for UMass. And Fordham could not corral a rebound of their own to secure their lead. And unfortunately, they come up short tonight.
Well, they're going to be thinking about that one for a while. Led by 5 with 3 minutes left in triple overtime. But big turnovers, big missed shots. And the Rams fall just short. Be joined in just a second by assistant coach Henry Lowe. Henry Lowe joins us now. Coach, that was an absolutely insane game. Obviously, it doesn't end up your way. Can you talk about what you guys did just to stay in that, some of the wild sequences to force not one, but 2 different overtimes?
You know, our guys played hard, man. I think it's a good ball club. We're very similar teams this season. I think all of our guys gave us everything that they had. You know, even Jamison O'Toole, you know, he's been a walk on our program for 2 years, playing extremely hard at the end of the game. You know, we're proud of him, proud of our guys. You know, UMass is a good team, even if their record, you know, doesn't show that necessarily. You know, it's a well-coached team. Frank Martin's obviously a legend, so we're proud of our guys, proud of how they competed.
Coach, on that last play with Zach Riley and Jaffe Medor, what specifically did you guys draw up in the huddle before the inbound?
You know, we basically drew up like a stagger screen, ball screen. You know, at the end of the game, we had basically Jaffe go make a play. You know, and he did. He had a shot. We had a shot to tie the game back up. You know, it didn't fall our way. You know, but again, proud of our guys, how they competed. And, you know, we had a shot at the end. Just didn't go our way tonight.
Coach, thank you for the time.
Yeah, thank you guys.
We wrap things up from the historic Rosa Gym. Appreciate it, Coach. The final score, 120, 118, 3 overtimes. It's the highest scoring game in Rose Hill Gym history. A night where we celebrate history. It doesn't end up on the side of the Fordham Rams. Jackie Johnson, a career high 36 points. But Rasul Diggins, 46 points. And we got to start there. UMass, led by him, they did just enough. They never went away.
The UConn transfer, he throws up at half court in the first half of this game, and he looked a little wheezy going to each overtime. And in that second half as well, he took a lot to collect himself, gathering himself, catching his breath, and somehow still comes out with 46 points. Unbelievable effort after what we saw tonight from Rasul Diggins. And then obviously, too, Daniel Rivera. What a ball game down low. You got Rasul Diggins around the perimeter. Daniel Rivera, though, 29 points of his own, and a lot of them coming from inside the paint. UMass, just all around, hard-fought victory.
There's no other way to put it, Will. That's a heartbreaker. That's a loss that can derail a season. Fordham 0-5 in A10 play. The A10 schedule doesn't get any easier moving forward. Next up, Loyola Chicago on the road. Home against Duquesne, away against LaSalle. This was the game you felt like you could have. So many special moments that felt like destiny. The Rams would have this game. They don't get it. They made a lot of mistakes in the process of not getting that win. And that's all part of the story of this season. But at the end of the day, the big takeaway is heartbreak.
It is heartbreaking, but now you have to look ahead. It's all over. The drama is over. 2 of those 3 games coming up. Very attainable, very achievable wins for the Rams, absolutely. The Duquesne game is going to be a little bit of a stretch. This one definitely hurts, and it makes these next 3 a little bit more challenging on the outside looking in. But if you're the Rams, you got to just swallow this one and move forward. This was a tough loss in a game you thought you could win, and you felt like you could win, and you had it. You had it right there. But you still have an opportunity. It's not over yet. 0-5 doesn't sound good. It doesn't look good, but it's not over yet.
Wrapping things up from the historic Rose Hill Gym. In a minute, or in an hour and 11 minutes, this gym officially turns 100 years old. We'll wrap things up for here. On the court, Mary Hannah Gallagher, my partner Will Tallant, I'm Lou Orlando. We'll send things back to the Rose Hill Studios. They've been hanging out there for a while. Madi Dembele
sports.
And Grace McCarron. The one-on-one post-game report. Take it away, guys.
The one-on-one post-game report.
Ladies and gentlemen, you win some, you lose some, but most importantly, above all else, you learn from every single game. From the WFUV studios here in Fordham University, the basement of Keating, I am Madi Dembele, joined here by Grace McCarron and Lydia Perner behind the boards. Fordham trying to defend on the 100th anniversary. They surely fall to the Minutemen, 120-118. Again, as Lou Orlando and Will Tallant. Excellent call, by the way, boys. As you guys said earlier, it doesn't get any easier for the Fordham Rams. No, it does not. You talk about a slate that involves teams like Duquesne and Loyola Chicago, but on the bright line, if there's a silver lining, you have to be impressed with the way that the Fordham Rams have played this basketball game. It's commonplace for the Fordham Rams to muddy up a game, but to take it into a triple overtime affair where you're deep in your bag like the fries at the bottom, Keith Ergo forced to go into the second unit, Jamison O'Toole's out there in the game, and they're still able to get you a good basketball product. I mean, you look at the efficiency from both teams, it really surprises you because, again, 27% what they were shooting from 3, up 40 to about 30% from Fordham, 40 for UMass. So, again, basketball's a war of attrition, and both of these teams played a better, more complete product towards the end.
Yeah, it was crushing loss for Fordham.
Yeah.
Obviously, we were talking about that earlier, how whatever team loses, like, it's really a devastating loss, and especially on the anniversary of the Rose Hill Gym. It is the highest scoring game in Rose Hill Gym history. Lou and Will mentioned that at the end. That's kind of fun that we just witnessed that. Like, that's pretty cool. But obviously the overarching theme here, both teams fought to the whole way. Like, that in the first half, we talked about it at halftime, Monty. Like, Fordham kept it close. They were trailing by, I believe it was 8 at the half. They kept it close, and you have to respect that with the way that they've been dealing with conference play, having yet to get their first win in the A-10 so far. You have to respect the effort.
You have to respect the effort, and you have to respect the fact that this may just be the turnaround that they needed. There's one thing to hear about rock bottom, but then I think there's another thing called, like, the basement. I think Fordham has hit the basement, and maybe this is just my homerism, or maybe this is just the optimist naturally within me talking, but I think at this point Fordham has kind of figured it out. Again, a lot to be proud of in this game, a lot of flashes that Fordham has shown, particularly in the form of Jackie Johnson. The UNLV, the transfer that he is, Jackie Johnson, get this, if I'm looking at this correctly, if I'm reading this, number 15, 36 big ones, right? Highest usage on the team, but that's for a good reason. He's everywhere on the court. He has a 3-ball. He has everything. So he played a very impressive game. Jaffe Mador, we talked about the score that he was last year, the impressive streak on the road that he's going on, and he drops 25. Then you talk about guys like Jameer Tripp, right? Very crucial, fouled out. I believe it was late fourth, maybe early in the first overtime. Very incremental, handling ball responsibilities. Joshua Rivera with 17. It's a more complete basketball product. Strength in numbers that this Fordham team is playing. So, I don't know. Maybe they could take this approach and they could take the good and they could just roll with that.
Yeah, they have a lot of guys who had really, really great games. Some of their highest scoring performances of their careers tonight. Which, again, admirable, complete basketball product, which you want to see. But you do, at the end of the day, want to see them pull out the win against UMass, who's not, like, they're also at the bottom of the A-10. Yeah. You want to see them be able to take that win in regulation. And then to lose in this kind of fashion it's devastating. And I think it's okay that we're calling it that. Either way that this game went, like, it was going to be a brutal loss for each team, but like a good applause for the guys. Applause also to Jameson O'Toole, the walk-on, who got some minutes today. That's pretty cool to see. Good effort. It was just not enough tonight.
Yeah, I think the one concern, if we're going to give Fordham one, is the fact that they're playing down to competition.
Yes.
UMass 6-11, 1-3 now, 1-4. Excuse me, 1-3 now, 2-4 in conference play. Like, I mean, 2-3 math. It's hard, guys. I'm tired. Like 2-4, 2-3 in conference play. Obviously, not. It would have been a nice pick me up before you go on eventually into the season, and particularly Rasul Diggins, right? UConn transfer, 46 big ones, and he was not alone. Daniel Rivera, 29 points. You look down the roster here, Worthy with 13 of his own. So they're also playing a game of strength and numbers. But this game is a game of inches, and it was eventually the free throws. It's always something with the free throws with Fordham University. They don't shoot the best as a team in general. I mean, it was a good mark, particularly in this game, 48 of 65. It's not so much the numbers, but more so where and when you were missing your free throws.
Yeah, you can't, like, at the critical moments, you have to make those. And I think that made a difference tonight, for sure.
Yeah. And if you're Fordham, I mean, like, one last remark to go off of. You. We talk about numbers here. We talk about inefficiency and stuff, but I don't want to say that this is Fordham's type of basketball, but I think Fordham, this is kind of an interesting point, in my opinion. Maybe you move away from worrying about the numbers. Like, obviously, you want to keep track of how well your team is doing, but I think this is just the kind of Fordham basketball product that you may or may not receive. Obviously, not a triple overtime affair, but, like, it's going to be ugly.
Yeah.
Right? You're not going to shoot the lights out every single time. Free throws may or may not be a struggle, but you may have to work within that fire specifically to try to find a different way to win. Fordham, it's encouraging with the way that they played this basketball game, but I don't know. Maybe they have to rethink basketball philosophy going further into A10. Because again, Loyola Chicago, Duquesne, LaSalle, St. Bonaventure, it does not get easier than that. I mean, like, a special game, 100 years of Fordham University in an hour or two. They turned 100 years old. Maybe it was that magic shining down on Fordham, but you're looking for them to improve. Any final remarks?
I mean, they at first would like to shout out the crowd tonight.
Shout out.
They had the crowd behind them pretty much all game. Lou was talking about once it got into like double and triple overtime, things thinned out a bit, which is understandable. It is a weeknight. But the crowd was behind them the whole time. The crowd deserved to see the win. But I think, like, if we can keep up that kind of energy, obviously it's the anniversary tonight, and it was kind of a big night for Rose Hill. So if you can keep up that kind of energy even past the anniversary, that could help the team exponentially.
Could help the team exponentially. We talk about A10 play. We talk about the Fordham Rams. We talk about basketball. But 100 years inside the Rose Hill. Rose Thrill is what we'll call it.
Yeah.
And I think it's time for us to call it a show. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Lou Orlando and to Will Tallant stepping in for Nick Guzman on an incredible broadcast.
Yeah.
Electric plays from both
Fantastic
gentlemen.
job.
Mary Hannah Gallagher, sideline reporter, shout out to her as well. Lydia Perner behind the board, the mastermind, making sure that this show goes as smoothly as possible. Grace McCarron joining me here in studio. Amazing updates all throughout the show. I am Madi Dembele. Bobby Chaffardini is the sports director here at WFUV. And the post-game report is a production of WFUV Sports. Good night and good game.